intoxicated. We're automated and overpopulated. We're all fish in a stream, swimming towards a vicious dream. Don't you know we're the walking dead? Our lives were meant to be this bleak. Somehow they got into our heads. We're wide awake, yet still asleep. We're the walking fear and hatred, dull and jaded. It's all been debated and manipulated. Nothing's ever as it seems. We're bound to believe everything they scream. Don't you know we're the walking dead? Our lives were meant to be this bleak. Somehow they got into our heads. We're wide awake, yet still asleep. We're the walking dead. We're the walking dead. Oh, 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 oh. We're the walking dead. We're the walking dead. Oh, 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 oh. Highly sedated, intoxicated. We're automated and overpopulated. Don't you know we're the walking dead? Our lives were meant to be this bleak. Somehow they got into our heads. We're wide awake, yet still asleep. years I've been running this world without you. With no help at all, one way to fall. Living this nightmare all through. What's new? I'm making without you. With no help at all, one way to fall. Living this nightmare all through. What's new? I'm making without you. All I ever wanted was you, but you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. And now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. Somebody help me, 'cause I'm feeling trapped and I don't know what to do. There's no one to save me from this hurt I feel deep within my bones. Did you ever think of me and see the things I did? Sold my soul and everything, I was to the lowest bid. Crawled into your poison dome, yet every single time you got into my mind, you got into my mind. But all I ever wanted was you, but you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. And now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. So how can I fix this? 'Cause I need to stop the aching in my head. My heart is breaking. Yeah, I'm tired of being stuck in the past. Did you ever think of me and see the things I did? Sold my soul and everything, I was to the lowest bid. Crawled into your poison dome, yet every single time you got into my mind, you got into my mind. But all I ever wanted was you, but you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. You're killing me, you're killing me. Can't have enough, you're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. Can't have enough, you're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. When you fight against the time and you're about to lose your mind, it's easy to cross the line. There's no answer as to why when you look them in the eye. Either you live or you die. You live or you die. You live or you die. Live or you die.
Hello friends, how are we this evening? It is a beautifully cold Saturday night where I am. It's wet, it's windy, the complete opposite to qualifying here at Hungaroring. Hopefully we see some rain tonight, but obviously qualifying is going to be dry to make it even for all the teams out there. Actually, it might be wet because I remember we changed the rule last week. Anyway, hello chat. How the bloody hell are ya? Introducing tonight, we've got Glenn Germain and Alex Bowen. G'day, gentlemen. How are we?
Good,
Okay,
good.
How you going?
Fan-bloody-tastic. Who's hungry for some Hungary?
Oh, I am. I'm fired up for tonight. It's going to be a ripper. We've had a great week with the sprint series and everything going on. Tonight's going to top it off, I reckon.
Oh, you're not
Yeah,
wrong there.
Very much looking forward to seeing how drivers treat this track. Can be a tricky one at times, especially going through Sector 2 where you have to go through the long S's.
It's my favourite track. It's my favourite track. I don't know if that's because of results, because I've had a couple of wins here before, and I really do enjoy this track. But yeah, a lot of other people though are very hit and miss with it. It's just glorious. What do you guys think about Hungaroring?
I think to drive this track is a really nice flowing track, but when you're looking at overtaking people, it's a bit of a pain, to say the least.
I like it. It's got a bit of everything. It's got some high speed turns, some tight turns. It's got the chicane. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to pass, but you've got to be on your game. There's not much time to rest on this track. You don't get time to sit back and cruise in sixth gear.
Oh, that's right. And that is very bright, Jamie Saxon. I don't remember it being that bright, but there you go. No one's perfect. Thank you for the $20 there, Dan Murphy. Yeah, it's one of that other track where overtaking isn't easy. It's a slog, but so many circuits in these cars, very similar to that. You just have to be very consistent, as Michael Young says in our chat. It's a driver's track. It's a big go-kart track.
Yep.
And that's probably why I love it so much. It's Monaco without walls.
That's it.
Yeah, it's better in the GT3s though than the F1s, I reckon.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
Jamie Saxon kicks us off tonight with a 144.7. If you are brand new to our Endurance Series, how it works is there's 4 qualifying sessions. The teams are 2. So qualifying 1 is the AM and Pro-Am teams. Driver 1. Qualifying 2 will be Driver 2. And then the pros kick off Driver 1 for qualifying 3, followed by Driver 2 in qualifying 4. If you can keep track of all that nonsense.
Oh, easy.
Easy.
No stress.
And qualifying 5, if you're in qualifying 5, you've done fucked up.
You've screwed it up.
Some teams are, I think, making their first round, which is amusing that they've missed the first 2. They're obviously not in the hunt here for the win. Conan and Scout are rocking up tonight. Another team that have just decided to turn up. Love to see it. No practice. Conan's obviously guaranteed podium now after saying that.
They're clearly taking Berg strats.
That's the way to do it. He's not practicing again. I'm going to have to slap that man.
0 practice.
It's funny when drivers do say that. It was obviously practice leading up to that event, because I highly doubt they've never driven the track ever, because that would be a disaster. You'd see at the moment where Megan D is in 19th, 6.4 seconds back. Now that's the type of time you can look at when you've done 0 practice ever on the circuit. But obviously Megan, that's just an outlap. I expect big things from the car 27.
Yeah. Megan's not going to end up down there.
I'm going to guess P1.
P1?
Hey,
In
Notre
this-
Dame.
There you go.
Notre
There you go.
Dame's 143.7. There we go. 1.135.
Your job's done for the
Mate,
night.
I'm going home. That
Yeah,
was
yeah,
great timing.
look off.
Leading the way so far, though, in our championship, after 2 rounds, we have Nomi Squadra, or Noma Squadra, however you pronounce it, as someone's decided to ruin my
Charles
night.
Clark, 43.5.
It's pretty quick. So, Bakita and Baldwin, car 51, lead the way. Quite a commanding lead, 105 points. Next best is, so far, Kingslow. Young, Rashudi and Phipps in that car 90. And it's very close for second. You got come on there by Houlihan and Hunter. Betty Motorsport Red with Kyrud and Borg Potter, and Odyssey Racing Red, who I believe are no longer racing. They're 5th. That's Washington Smith Adini. They've gone pissed off somewhere else.
Oh.
What's going on there, Alex? Odyssey's in shambles at the moment.
Yeah, so Washington was unable to race tonight, and it seemed like no one else had done any practice. I mean, for the most part, I wanted to try and focus on getting F1 nailed down as much as possible. I have so much going on at the moment, but I just couldn't fit it in without doing pretty much no practice. And typically when I do events, I want to have at least some practice.
Yeah, at least
Put
2
in.
laps.
Pretty much.
Bit of
So-
a bottleneck here at the moment. So, how are you looking for tomorrow night then, Alex, if you're doing the F1 series as well?
Yeah, things are looking fairly good. I just did I did a run today, just working out what tyres would be like for Bahrain, which is the first race of the new season for the F1 series tomorrow night.
Yep.
Should be a good one. There's quite a few competitive drivers out there.
I'm quite excited. I haven't been this excited for an F1 series for a couple of seasons. Regardless of what the state the game's in, I think the group of drivers we have and the setup we've got this year, which is a bit different with the different formats, it offers something a little bit different. And obviously we've got 2 new circuits as well that we've never done in F1 with Imola and Portugal. So I am pumped and waiting for 10 safety cars, which has been the theme of practice.
Yes, very much so. I mean, in my practice today, I think I had a safety car because Perez stopped on the side of the track and was waiting for people to go past.
Oh no. I remember when we, because F1 game by Codemasters was the first kind of game we did some league racing on. That was where we got the foot in the door of what we wanted to do. And I remember the first time, I think it was 2017, the safety car just wouldn't come out. It was just, it didn't exist. Where it's making up for it in 2021. It's making up for it though.
Yep.
Oh, that car looked like it got a little bit squirrely. Safety car.
Is it, yeah, someone sneezed?
Exactly.
Safety car.
Safety. Oh, commentator curse. Safety car.
I mean, in COVID times, you do have to keep an eye on who sneezes.
That's very
Yeah,
true.
true.
But you normally got a helmet on. See, you're already masked up. Just gets very blurry.
Just back on this, top
Oh,
three
gee
is
whiz.
very, very close.
So that's done. So those drivers are finished. Looks like Meddings is up 8/10, so he might throw himself into the mix here. Things you love to see. Megan D's really disappointed me here. Makes me look like a muppet. Nah, just joking, Megan. You've done a stellar job. As Bryce goes up to P7.
That's a tight top 10 though.
Things you'll have to see. Yeah, 8/10 between P1 and P12. Now
It
we're
was
off to
5/10
P2.
between P1 and P10.
It's ridiculous.
Just goes to show how closely packed everyone is pace-wise nowadays.
Yep. The practice has been put in. Yeah, massive week of racing this week. I'm glad I got some rest last week. So we've had AMS on Monday night. We've had our Rookie Series and ACC Tuesday. Sprint Series we've had Wednesday, Thursday. Friday apparently didn't exist because I can't remember it. Saturday we've got our Endurance Series, and tomorrow night we've got F1. So all systems go.
Is
We're going to have to put something on Friday nights. Bit of Garfield card.
Garfield card, yeah.
I was thinking of you last night, Alec. I thought, geez, you'll be pleased to have a quiet night in.
Do you know what time I got up today? Have a guess.
11? Midday?
Later.
Later.
I got up at 2 p.m. I shit you not. And I'm like, I was meant to go look at something at about 10:30 this morning. And I'm like, I need to stay in bed. I need to have some rest. And then next thing it was 2. I'm like, oh, probably that was a bit too long. But yeah, loved it.
Well, it'll
I'll
done you
consider
good.
it I'll consider it a midday nap as well, all in one.
Fair enough.
At least you're all juiced up, ready to go for tonight and tomorrow night.
That's right. Shout out to Reese, our caster in Europe. He's come down with COVID, so he
Yes.
may not be able to stream tomorrow morning, our time, or European night time. So, hope you're feeling better soon, Reese. We are looking
Yeah.
for more European casters and stewards if you're out there and really want to get involved in OOR. We do provide free pizza. You just won't find any pineapple on it.
Pineapple is a bonus add-on. It's one race ban.
Look, I'm not proud of the 2 p.m, Alex, but at the same time, I'm actually very proud of it. I went to bed at 6 a.m. one day, not this week, or this week because of looking after stuff. So, bit of swings and roundabouts in my poor bed. When someone mentions F1 game, Conan says, tried F1 for 29 for 30 minutes, isn't the same since 2018. Oh, it's different for sure. It's just, it's still a great title in its own regard, but it's just like the Codemasters are confused exactly which direction they want to take, and they just go in all directions. I think you've kinda got
They
it
try
clear.
and cover for as many audiences as possible while doing a half-assed job of covering for all those audiences at the same time.
That is pretty much bang on.
Yeah, they can't decide can they? Whether they're going full sim or whether they're going arcade or whether they're, or what sort of combination of.
Yeah. You can't have it. You can't have it both ways. It's obviously they put a lot of money, and teams have put a lot of money into the esports side of things through F1, which I think is fantastic. But the title doesn't quite back it up. If it's just the title for Simcade, where it's got decent single player, that's decent, but it's still probably lacking a fair bit. But it's there. Trying to do both things, as we do have some times kicking off here. Jack McKay, current P1, 240 car. My last night, two of my brothers came around to my house. That's where Friday went to, and they wanted to test my new wheel. And we played Dirt Rally, I think, for 4 hours straight, just on the free roam. I'm not sure if anyone's played Dirt Rally before, Dirt Rally 2. Just taking cars to the through the warehouse, because my brothers are into the drift scene. Oh, it's so much fun. My shoulder, though, is saying you're an idiot, but it was worth it.
I really need to get back on the Dirt Rally 2 at some point. It's a brilliant game and a lot of fun.
Oh, it is.
Are your brothers into the sim racing big time, or are they just only when they come to your place?
Oh, it's my place. They've also got a couple of other mates that have okay rigs. My youngest brother's got his own little wheel set up, but he just does a set of courses for drifting. He's very fucking good at drifting. Like, so much so I said I should stream you doing this one night, because I can't do this shit. He's not a track racer, he's more of a drifter. And he's showing me up last night on Nürburgring in this bloody HSV. I just wanted to whip out AMS2 and race him to flex a bit, but you can't really on one computer.
Not really, no.
No, it's good fun. So if you've got family members you want to get involved in sim racing, do it. Blackmail them, hold them at gunpoint. They will enjoy it. We'll make sure they enjoy it. Jack McKay improves and then gets removed from the lead as a 43.1 from Stephen Ty in Ziaston. I am sick of looking at that McLaren. I tell you what. It's everywhere. I'm scared of putting Silverstone 12-hour registrations live, because this is going to be a fucking spec race, isn't it?
Pretty much.
I am considering doing something different for Silverstone, and that is ballasting the McLaren. And that will trigger some teams, and I love every bit of it.
No, what you do is every hour you give every McLaren team a drive-through penalty.
They pretty still won't even notice it. Maybe every 12 hours the car sort of comes in a bit. I'm not quite sure what it's like, long loads on fuel and tyres, but I'm guessing it's pretty decent. Trying to find the next one. Look at this. McLaren gaggle. Girardi, Withers, Fowler, Clayton, Liu. Or is it Layu? That's probably pronounced La. Based on my, as Fowler goes, P3.
He's decided to break away from the McLaren quintuple.
Good on him. Best of a lot of them over a stint. That's great. Also, there's actually a pit, a hole in the Silverstone circuit you can fall through, which we've just kind of discovered properly, which is something we're looking into at the moment before we put Regos up.
That's kind of concerning. Just slightly concerning.
Is that the one Pat found?
I think so, but we're already aware of it. But Pat's definitely rubber stamped it. We could change the circuit, but we kind of really like Silverstone. I've always wanted to do an endurance race there. At this stage, I was really hoping that Kunos had another pack they've already released, and we were going to do one of the new circuits in December, but it never eventuated, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, if Silverstone's eventually off the table, you can always chuck in that Brands Hatch Enduro.
Well, what's Brands Hatch? That sounds interesting. Aston V12 Spec Race at Silverstone. Anything off the British GT pack is relatively close with the BOPs. But, except Donington, I don't know how Alton Park and Snetterton would go with a long race. I'd love it personally to watch. I'd love it.
Just imagining the chaos of an enduro at Alton Park.
Oh no.
I'm getting happy thinking about it, Alex.
Because I mean, what is the width of that track even?
Oh. In some sections, not a great deal. But it's same as Brands. Brands has got a couple of really tight bits.
I feel an enduro at Alton Park would only work if you just had it solely GT4s.
Yeah, GT4s work really nicely at those British tracks in particular. Looks like qualifying 2 here. You're not quite as close as Q1. There's a couple of teams that have duplicated their entries, so they're going to have to sit out qualifying wait for the race. Girardi moves to P6. You gotta love the chat when they type the wrong thing in and it shows up. A shopping trolley. What is it? We should have shopping trolley racing. Is there? Can we do that?
I mean, there's mods for Assetto Corsa you could probably download.
Oh, there's pretty much anything on that game.
Yeah. you know what I'd like to see? Someone mod one of the carts in Kartcraft, just change the body to a shopping trolley.
I wish Kartcraft was kind of a multiplayer, as Brian Houlihan is on TV and letting us know about it. Unless he's got twitchy fingers. There is a Honda lawnmower mod on ACC. I'm more of a Briggs and Stratton man myself. Nah, I'm not, I'm lying. What's the one that everyone's got? What can I think?
John Deere.
Nah, not quite that expensive.
Husqvarna.
Not Husqvarna. Someone give me some more lawnmowers. When I see the word or hear it, I'll know. Kartcraft multiply next update. Ooh, that's interesting.
I might actually invest in Kartcraft then.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's just lacking that multiplayer, so it's playability isn't that long at the moment.
Yeah.
Smart car racing in AC. Another quick shout out to our AMS2 nights. If you haven't got AMS2 or you do have it, jump on Monday nights. We this week we got Asia Pacific and North America having hosted races. If you are in Europe, in our Discord, and would like to host a night, pretty much all you got to do is rock up and just make sure that the tracks and circuits are being selected. Tracks and cars being selected. Other than that, it's jump in and play. Yeah, nah, I'd be down for that. That's a no in Australia though, Andrew. You mean nah, yeah?
Yeah, I grabbed a copy of AMS this week and I spent a whole probably 30 minutes in there reading through Cam's
PDF
guide. Yeah.
Did you see the
myself
photos?
set up.
See the photos of his legs?
No, I
Oh, you
didn't.
got the wrong PDF. Never
I
mind.
must have the
didn't-
wrong one.
I didn't say anything.
Maybe I've got the right one.
Maybe you do. Did Cam send it to you personally?
No.
Oh, okay. That's the
No,
problem.
I'm not part of his OnlyFans.
Did you check for any viruses, Mole?
There's definitely like syphilis or something in there. Oh, sorry, wrong one again. Sorry, Alex. Okay, that was a decent save there, but Hooli coming up turn 4. Or we're going to call it turn 5 because we've changed everything here.
I don't know half the corner
Yes.
names.
Bang, there we go. There's no names here.
Ah,
Turn 5. So we've named turn 2 turn 2 we've really gone out of our way to do that. But for some reason, the Hungaroring, I'm not sure if there's a reasoning behind it, but they don't have corner names. They've just got corner numbers. But that's our official steward map. So if you do protest an incident or call out an incident when you know the corners, that's the ones to use. But yeah, lovely little circuit as Bakita kicks things off with a 142.7. Absolutely disgusting.
Can we slow her down, please?
I think we'll see a 41, maybe. In these conditions, maybe. Benny Floyd's very close there.
He's in the McLaren, so it doesn't count.
Valid. I do feel that this track's pretty balanced with our BOP. Good old BOP. Who hasn't set a lap? Moo Yin in GSR Motorsports 3. Very bright. I don't mind that livery there for the Ferrari. Just needs to get a time in. Oh, I don't know about the one behind it though. That's right. Team Nico days. Loving their chrome. I remember when I was pretty full on against chrome liveries because it used to actually tank people's GPUs. And
Can we just go back to that corner? What was that? Turn 4? Was that bollard just floating in midair?
Oh. We have to do free cam to confirm. You mean this one here?
Yeah, over here though. I swear I saw a bollard just somewhere near the corner.
Did it fly over here? Keta goes faster with the 42.1, getting close to that 41 mark. I can't see any bollard. You're looking the wrong way for the action, buddy. I don't think you're going to get much down that way. Very quiet up here. I might just watch this view as they come through to see if anyone slides off. A very tricky corner.
So easy to do.
Very tricky corner.
Hurley's gone second. 0.4 behind Bakita.
Very nice. Normally when you lose it here, you hit that fence on the inside, which is the outside.
Yeah.
But this view doesn't really show you the decent elevation change that this track's got. Love elevation changes. This is why Russia is just so boring to watch. It's just so flat.
From the cockpit, you can really tell just how large the elevation change really is.
Yeah. Portimao, what's that like in F1? That's a very...
Portimao is just mind-boggling with the amount of elevation change you have.
You love to see it.
Because it's pretty much just like riding a roller coaster.
Yep. And in those cars, it'd be insane. As we go, 42.1, a slight improvement. Still not quite a 41. Cool hand.
Surely we've got to see a 41 somewhere.
Very wide angle there, Hooley. I think he's just scrapped the last lap to get a good angle into this one. So he's 5/10 down, but still on the front row for the pro class. One of my favourite turn ones is this one. Just flows nicely for me.
In some cars it can flow. Well, some cars flows better than others.
Yeah, definitely. This one's quite tricky because you really want to get on the throttle early, but you don't want to go too far on the outside because it just makes the next corner nearly impossible to take flat because you want to take it flat. This one, downshifts, little lift, bang, straight on the throttle again. Another corner you can scrub off a lot of pace through here. You want to get off the brake as soon as possible.
Plenty of deceptive corners around here.
You want to take as much apex through that chicane And here's my favourite section of the whole track. Oh, that's wobbly. You don't really want to brake there. Slight lifts. Flat through here. Downshift and another little lift. Straight back on the throttle. You don't want to go too wide because you'll invalidate it easily. This corner can get in the bin. I don't know why, but I just can't stand it. Some people take...
It feels like it needs to be a lot faster than it actually is.
Yeah. Very nice through here. And again, you want to carry as much mid-corner speed
This
without
last corner you can take
brakes.
quite a few different lines. It's very, very tricky to get right.
I think he's up a 10th. I think it was invalidated actually after the Z-Top. Regan Herbert in the McFerrari.
Is that a new burger?
I'd eat it. 2/10. He should be front row. Regan Herbert. Take a hat off.
So at the moment it's a Ferrari 1-2. Something we haven't heard in F1 for years.
The good old days, they say. Extra doubt. Right, one more qualifying session and then we'll get the mathematicians involved. AKA the hamsters. I don't mind this livery from Alpha Venturi Navy.
I wonder what colour they were going for.
Yeah, it's a good guess. Good shout. I don't know. Thank you very much there for the donation, Bryce Meetings. Let's go hungry, hip pouring 3 hours of the greatest circus. Look, I'm not quite sure about the first comment, but I will back in the second. And thanks you, George, for $5. Let's go, he says. Slipstream must be important here, looking at the track map.
Yeah, they're queued up.
Are you meaning in how thin it is? Not that you have to normally worry about that, Andrew, because you're leading the way and everyone has to be behind you. This season, though, you've actually... I've seen you spin it. Not that it's been your fault, you've just been unfortunate. But how good was Lachlan Henderson's tactic of spooking you off track?
That was a bit rude, wasn't it?
400 IQ level strats there.
He's just trying to prove to us that he is actually human.
No, he's not. Possible. No, all the cars are using half a track for quality.
Yeah.
Ah, I'm with you.
He's got a point, yeah.
Yeah, they weren't spread out very well. They're a little bit better here. I'm going to show that.
Not being spread out very well just reminds me of the start of qualifying for the split yellow races.
Just wondering where you're going with that, Alex.
Yeah. I'm still 16.
Yeah.
Not spread very well. Title of Cam sex tape. Is Cam even watching? Oh, he'll be smashing these lap times into a spreadsheet with the help of his brainiac partner Danny, who's also the grammar and pronunciation police in OOR. Shout out to you, Danny. Danny, you should probably get a YouTube account or something and type in chat. Say g'day. Don't be a stranger.
Which sneakers are we watching?
The John variety.
The John variety. Okay.
How many varieties of sneakers are there?
They come in a couple of different flavours, I'm told.
Yeah. Their names all start with J, though.
Yep.
There's Jeff, Jason,
Jack?
Jeremiah, Jack, Justin. That's pretty good. Javier. Jim, James, Jimmy, John. They're all, let's say like
Jesus.
Jesus Sudeikis is up there. Andrew Lawrenson, who is making his first appearance for this season in endurance. He's a reserve for car 51 because I don't think Jake Baldwin can race tonight, as far as I'm aware. John Akers. I like that. And John Akers goes and invalidates his lap. Who's got the biggest family when it comes to your siblings? How many siblings do you have out there, everybody? I have 3.
I've got 2.
Are you the youngest or the oldest, Alex?
I am the youngest.
So you're spoiled then.
Yeah.
He's not denying it. He can't. No, there's no youngest brother, mate, that can't deny it.
Yeah.
That can deny it, sorry.
I've just got the one,
Are you oldest or youngest?
and I'm the oldest. Yep.
Nice, I'm the oldest too. We're forgetting about it after a while.
Yeah, we don't count.
We're the test dummies. Where is my mouse? There it is. So, Brits. He's up a couple of 10. I might just forget to this side if it works. There we go. So he's moved up to P4. The 143.4. Ryan Borg's up on a flyer.
Lost a lot of time in that final corner.
He still gets P8.
Not quite into the 43s yet, but very, very close.
Siami? How do you say that? Siami?
Siami, I don't know.
I'm going with my gut instinct and I'm going to call it Steven. I know this one, Marcus Van Vliet. Currently 5th. And 2.1 seconds back. The 8-2. Next time should make quality in flooded conditions to spice it up. Sounds perfect.
Got a couple still out there trying to set a lap. Boyan?
I'm not racing, sorry.
Yeah, there's Moyen and Aaron Lee. Aaron Lee's just got a lap in.
Yep.
Kira making his debut. Right, Vanzley in that very pretty looking 245 Audi. Lawrenson goes 42.2.
Still got time for the 41.
First lap is holding up well. But he's bettered it.
It's good 8/10 up on the next best. Sure, there's a bit more time left here for some of these drivers.
I mean, Lawrenson's no slouch behind the wheel. Yeah.
That's a good start.
That was great. That wasn't me, everyone. Oh, best part about that, Alex, is I'm going to have that forever.
I'm waiting for Bilko to put it on his sound deck.
Oh, there, Anderson. Lance Lawson. I can't even talk now myself. Oh, that's fucking funny.
Chris Vining, yes, good timing. Good timing to tune in.
Andrew Lawrence, and not just fast, or not just fast behind the car.
No, don't go there.
Hunter is up 2/10. So we just saw Corey Sweet improve to P2. Oh God, Van Vliet, Hopkinson, and Reynolds. Reynolds, as I was saying, the one who hasn't done any practice, he's currently 6th. Flag is being waved, so if you're on a hot lap now, this will be your last chance.
Into 4/10 up now. Might be going to snatch that P2.
Yeah, Alex, you probably said one of the best things I've ever heard ever.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I'm not sure how Lawrenson's going to feel about it, but oh, it's funny. As Hunter improves and goes P2 for qualifying 4. Great stuff there. Reynolds, with no practice, P5. How long is this race? It is 3 hours, correct.
To be fair, Reynolds is in the Lamborghini.
So he's done.
O'Donnell, who's also a late inclusion tonight, he's top 10, so he should be happy with that. And there we go. Qualifying is done. So the race server will go live, so make sure you join it correctly. A couple of you have not done that for qualifying and missed out. Whilst we crunch some numbers and get the grid order.
Flick over.
I'm pretty sure car 51 will be starting on front row. They've had some cracking laps there in qualifying. So press a couple of my magical buttons. I wonder how we'll go for side of this race. It's one of those tracks where you can get tangled pretty early, where it's turn 2, turn 3, turn 5. The first
Being
chicane.
in the midfield here will be quite a tough one, I'd say.
Yep.
There'll be plenty of opportunities where you'd want to push for moves, but at the end of the day, it's a 3-hour race.
Oops. Alright, so if you are on this server, you can now move over to the race server. Driver 1 is to move over. So far, not a single soul's on there. So if I do this, push this button, I'll just troll everyone here. This is live shots of the race server.
It looks lovely.
Someone will join soon enough. I might message him on the.
I didn't realise we had 99 out of 99 participants tonight.
I think I can hear other noise in your microphone, Alex. Are you watching Daniel O'Donnell?
No, I am in fact watching the supercars.
Ah, that's what I can hear. I could just hear yelling. I assume it was Dan. Much love to you, Dan.
Nah, I've turned it down now. Just having that on my phone in the background.
Roger. I love how on the top left here it says, like, this is what the servers look like when you spectate an empty one. 99 out of 99. It's only one track that you get 99 at, and this isn't one of them. CPU usage 99%. Doubtful.
Yeah. Greater than 99%.
Well, here's our first driver in.
Congratulations, crew. You are the winner of tonight's 3 hours of Hungaroring. There you go. So as soon as someone joins the server, as you can see in the bottom, usage is 2%, 1%.
Yep.
Yeah, don't always trust the server statistics. Let's make sure we're all good to go. I think we will. If you're messaging me about joining the server, that ship has probably sailed for tonight. It's a bit late. after this stream finishes so I can go back and watch that, Alex.
Yeah. That is forever going to be a stain on my OOR career.
Or a badge of honour.
It's like if you were going to nip out for a sneaky practice run.
It's totally fine.
Might as well get acclimatized to having a lot of fuel put in the car.
Best part about jumping servers is I've got to turn all the bits and bobs on again.
Not sure where we have any Bobs racing tonight.
I don't think we've got any Bobs racing at all. Sorry if there's Bobs out there. I've just utterly devalued you.
Have the odd Robert somewhere.
Oh, definitely. Okay.
So Cam's on the spreadsheet tonight, is he?
Yep.
Doing the maths.
Doing the maths, grid order, getting there. I think he's done. So, but looks at that, it is a Noma Squadra. Car 51 will be on pole position alongside car 964. Come on, those two teams are the top two. Can't remember. Let's check. Nope. Sofa King Slow. The best team name in the whole lot is second, and they'll be starting in 19th. A fair effort there though by Two Wise Birds. That's with Conan and Scott Blair, who are going to be starting 11th with the decision to join tonight's race 10 minutes before qualifying. That's not how you practice, kids.
It's overrated.
Shout out to David McNulty, who's cut his hand and needing 6 stitches today.
No.
Yeah, I sent him a photo through of myself, and obviously he enjoyed it. But yeah, so he won't be able to race tomorrow night because he's not cool enough to use one hand.
Doesn't want to Kubica it.
No. Yeah, exactly. If Kubica can race with one arm, Bender, why aren't you doing it?
Could probably put the same excuse for the Tour.
Yes. What's Tort done?
He's I think on. I've got message somewhere on. Yeah, he tore a ligament in his left thumb.
Ouch. Yeah, thumbs aren't fun. Right, we are just about ready to go for the race. Everyone is sorted.
Has everyone entered the server correctly?
Look, maybe.
A hard maybe.
It is frustrating that it takes certain delicacies to get everything sorted on the driver swap server, but it is manageable if you just do the right thing and just follow instructions. I don't think everyone realises that anything that happens on the server, joining, leaving, any messages in chat, are all saved in the server log, so we can look at that at any time we want. Sometimes I've had people saying that they've oh, we're joining the right order, and we go check the logs and it's like, no, you didn't. We understand people make mistakes though, so just be honest and we can sort things out quicker. Another McLaren at the top. Regan Herbert. This is just the shakedown part of it. So
Get out there with a full tank and see how it feels after doing quali.
we have
Although-
37 tonight.
Yeah, 37 on the server now.
Beautiful.
I guess with they're about 45 minutes stints, roundabout.
Yeah, if you were to balance it out evenly, it'll be 45 minutes. Our special events, you're normally looking at about a 70-minute stint, as that is
Yeah.
the max stint time.
So they won't necessarily be full tanks, but
That's right, and also there's no stint timer here. There's only max driver time you can't exceed, so you can really mix up what you want to do. You just have to change your tyres 3 times during the 3 hours. Poor Bender. Why did he do that? Bender, I think he was kayaking, and he's trying to help someone out, and ended up getting pushed into the rocks.
Ooh,
So just-
that is not good.
No. Hi all. Struggling in the boat, having another beer, all will be good. Having fun listening to beers fix everything. Boat's actually, yeah, boat's stellar here. I've got a W here in the boat. I think it was the boat. As Hooley goes P1, the fastest, by cracking 6/10. Trust Bender to have a water-related incident. That's a good shout there, Chris. Bender facts is Bender's not good with water. Oh, that's a great shout. I'm going to give him so much shtick when I see him next. That is an ugly-looking livery. The Bikini.
quite a mix, isn't it?
Again, is that a burger?
He's filth.
I mean, if it is a burger, it's not a very appetizing one.
Depends how hungry you are. And what time of the night it is. If it's 1 AM and you're starving, look, anything's appetizing. That is coolish.
I mean, if you're
here we
drunk.
go. Oh. Interesting that the cloud cover is what it is. The race server is now live. They're on the grid. Formation lap will set the grid order. That is looking very ominous here at Hungaroring. There's the rain on the horizon here for our 3 hours. Have we seen rain yet? One of these events. I can't remember that we have.
Don't think we have for this season of endurance. Wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of rain pop its head out.
I think we all would, mate. Just, I want the variable weather. So not just like it's dry the whole time or wet the whole time, but a brief shower comes across the track. I was doing a race. I think it was a GT4 Super Cup race on AMS2. And it was just testing the server. And it was 8 minutes. And I had a shower come across in like one half of the track for like 3 minutes. And then leave again. Just the condition, it was just so much fun. It was crazy, but that was great. Sometimes in this game it feels like one side of the track can be a little bit wetter, but generally there's no localized rain, it's just the entire thing.
Yep.
Yeah. It'd be nice to have localized rain, but it's not the easiest thing to implement.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell to the no. Alrighty, so what's going to happen here is our formation lap. We'll get that underway. Our race director will be calling out the grid order, and then we'll discuss the placings and positions prior to green lights. We have 37 teams. I think a couple of teams couldn't get a second lap in, so they're going to be starting from the back. There's no safety car because we do have a full amount of teams. There's no actual spot for the safety car, but that would mean that everyone has to turn up, and we can't change the entry list midway through an event. So it's just a pretend safety car out there. And here we go. Will we see a straight line? I have more chance of my golden retriever actually bringing back
And it's
gold.
already not straight. Oh, that is horrendous
there you
from the
go.
Bentley.
Straighter than Andrew Lawrenson's car. Never forget it. Look, that's not great, is it? It's not great.
It for the first few cars was all right. The Bentley completely ruined it.
So, car 99. Yeah, been called up to the steward's office. Look, overall, it's not too shabby.
Not
I've
the
seen a
worst
lot of,
I've seen.
No, not the worst by any stretch.
It's better than than the second race of Split Yellow, where people decide to actively turn left.
Yep.
Yeah,
Look, that's disgusting.
45-degree parking. We had a bit of that at Silverstone during the week.
It's not a school zone. They don't need to do that.
Quite dull, isn't it? The overcast conditions.
Yeah, it just makes things look a bit more saturated.
See a lot of lights on, and also it's a later in the day start for this one. So this is a 4 p.m. start. So at a guess, it won't get any brighter than this.
It could get very much darker than this, though.
Oh,
And
did you
maybe a little
test?
quicker.
Did you test how much light was at 7 p.m.? I think it's still fairly well lit at 7 p.m.
Yeah. It will start to get a bit dark, though, I reckon. Maybe just a touch.
Alex in the chat saying localised rain at Spa would be fun but scary.
Oh, hell.
Spa's probably a track where you're more likely to get localised rain. I mean, I know not necessarily in the game, but in real
Oh
life.
yeah, just based on how much
The
area
length of
it
it.
covers. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of the areas where localized rain is probably the most common throughout any racetrack in the world, other than like Nürburgring.
Yep. I'd love to race on the original Spa, the one that's like super long.
That would be interesting.
That'd have localized everything. You'd have time.
You change time zones.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah, time zone changes there. Bathurst gets heaps of localised rain, and no, I think that's just the tiers at the top of the mountain, Linton. My wife
Yeah,
said the track
it-
looks like Johnny Bravo.
Yeah, with Bathurst, you pretty much get the weather conditions at the bottom of the mountain and the weather conditions at the top of it.
Original
Yeah.
Spa has a passport control. Probably does. Alrighty. I think we had a car in the pits. Yeah, car 17 hasn't pressed start. So they're starting from pit lane, which isn't the end of the world here for a 3-hour race.
They might be able to avoid some of the chaos that ensues at turn 1.
That's very true. We will. Oh, that's a bit of a mess in the back right there. A good little run down to the lights here. Alright, here we go. 3 hours, Hungaroring round 3. The second last round, the penultimate round of our Endurance Series here in Asia Pacific. Will Car 51 extend their lead in the championship? Fingers crossed we have a nice clean start here. We wait for greens. And we're away. What a balanced start. Normally you see 3-4 wides here coming down to turn 1. We do have a 4 wide. Just don't want to turn in too soon if you're on the outside. That's very nicely done so far. They're all around the green flags as the marshals waving it briskly, which means bugger all because they never really care. We're on board with Karud in his little Porsche. This is what we like to see. This quarter is normally pretty treacherous. You can see a lot of cars running really wide. There's a Lamborghini, I think, around a Ferrari. They've hit the fence. I think that might have been self-inflicted. We will watch that back a bit later. So car 17, you can see right at the back, has rejoined. It's not too far off the pack. But Houlihan has jumped car 51 of Bakita to start this race. Oh, ambitious look on the inside there by the Aston. That's Borg and Hopkinson.
They're still side by side.
Now Sneakers of the John variety right up the rear bumper. Stephen Tyres looking as well with Ashland No Practice Reynolds in 11th. And there's already been a 10-second penalty for speeding in pit lane on lap 1. What the Oh, I've never seen that happen before. Start from pit lane and get done for speeding. They didn't pit, did they, during formation lap?
No, because you know
crazy.
picked up on it before they got around the final corner.
That is a massive F, and probably the fastest penalty I've ever seen ever. Records are broken here at Hungaroring. On board with Carl Johnson, who's picked up a win in our sprint series. I think it was his first win, his maiden victory in OOR. So hot off the heels of that, he's in the Kovacs Land Yachting Bentley. They didn't press drive and sped out. Oh, rippity rip. I don't want to say it yet, but I think I'm gonna. This is one of the cleanest starts to a Hungaroring race that I've ever seen.
I've been thinking that for the last 2.5 minutes, but I wasn't going to say anything.
I've learned my lesson several times saying it on lap 1. Very nicely spread out. I think they've learnt their lesson from the first 2 races, which were fairly tricky in the scheme of tracks. They had Laguna Seca for round 1 and Donington Park in round 2. Both circuits that we haven't done a lot of racing on here in ACC.
That they're both brilliant tracks to drive on, though.
Oh, they are. So the lead, 964. Team, come on. Jumped Bakita's 51 car at the start. We've got Ben Floyd, Ryan Jewell and Regan Herbert in the top 5. Fastest lap there for Bakita. She might be P2, but she's going P1 in the fastest laps.
That Ferrari should have a lot more pace than the Porsche in a straight line. Just where Bakita can keep it together behind it, Houlihan through the corners.
Yeah, the Porsche doesn't really get too much of a disadvantage because the straight isn't super big. Some cars aren't even getting to the final gearing. But it's all about consistency and nailing those pit stops at Hungaroring, and obviously avoiding carnage, but that's the same at any track. Our final round will be at Spa. We'll just mention Spa before. A very traditional circuit for endurance racing. And we do have a yellow flag at the back that is at turn 6. Car 38. Who is that? Oh, it's Phillips. So Kangaroo Valley Racing, I think. I do want to say this week's sprint round that's just gone at Silverstone was so good.
It was. Absolutely.
such
It's-
tight racing across a whole big field is, and clean. Obviously incidents happen, but overall it's fantastic. You get to see there, like the Porsche isn't losing out against that Ferrari, and it's obviously so strong through sector 2.
Floyd's hanging on to the 2 in front.
Floyd just
At the
set
moment.
fastest lap, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. So this battling, Houlihan's probably compromising a couple of lines just to keep Bakita behind. Floyd is ready to pounce. Sounds like 27 and 38 came together according to Juzzy and chat. Oh, you can just see Houlihan was a little bit too deep there. Had to compromise the line into this corner to defend, and now Bakita might have a chance on the brakes. Not quite close enough.
You gotta be
It's a beautiful battle.
you gotta be brave to send it up the inside of the chicane.
Fantastic start here. Bakita, Houlihan, good friends and have raced against each other quite a lot now. They were teammates last season, Endurance Series number 1, and we split them up. We did ask them to expand themselves, and it hasn't held them back at all. You want to see the best racing against each other. I had my best quality result in sprints at Silverstone, and then it was all gone. Alex, gone but not forgotten, mate. So obviously we had a couple of technical issues for the Europe Red server. Just a bizarre set of events that night. So apologies to anyone that was racing in that split. Time zones, Kunos, and just some unfortunate things happen sometimes. Now can Ron Jiong jump onto the back of Floyd here and bring Herbert along with him, because then there's a big gap between Herbert and Borg of 3.5 seconds, and Borg's got a little bit of a train behind him. There we go. Zach Malloy, the car 28's picked up a 10-second penalty. Caution and collision on lap 1. We'll try and watch that back.
John's keeping that gap at about 1.2.
Yep.
So it's not falling off the back at all. But
He loves his circuit. He absolutely loves it. We've had some really good races with him here. And I've seen him have some really good races here. Still though, some of these gaps are just what you expect early on. But thankfully no one's tripped over each other. Got a no practice Reynolds. No, that's Sneakers. Reynolds is right behind.
Fortunately, see that Tom Riley has got a 10-second penalty. Not sure what for, I didn't see it pop up.
We'll look at some replays in a sec. I just don't want to miss Steve Lewis, 10-second penalty for jumping the start. So these time penalties they'll be serving in their first pit stop. And it just looks like at P2, gap's 1.2 seconds. So I think Bakita's made a little bit of a mistake somewhere. And now Floyd Duong right behind. There we go. Did we see any spins on lap 1?
I didn't spot any.
There was turn 4, turn 3, turn 4. I don't know.
There was an off track there from a couple of guys. But
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that
yes,
was that was the
that's
car that ended up hitting the wall.
Paul Kranich, car 100, 10-second penalty for out of position on lap 1.
It's not a penalty I see too often.
The stewards have been on the lookout for of guys being out of the correct, not so much starting position, but squeezing up people next to them.
Yeah.
Mull had a good post on that a couple of weeks ago.
It was self-inflicted. I had a feeling it was. So that was that one. Well, that's just evasive actions there. Green, what? He's come back on the track at a rapid rate of knots. Just gotta be careful how quickly you do that when you're trying to avoid. It looks like they just settled down to the top here. So we'll filter down a little bit further. Janikas. P9.
What will we call the other sneakers?
Janikas? Janikas and Janikas. That's very similar, but we'll go with it.
Yeah, that works.
We could use his second first name, Panikas, but doesn't sound right.
Sounds
Sounds like something.
interesting.
Sounds like something you'd say, Alex.
Yeah.
Let's go a bit further back. This is Michael Young. This car won Donington. 3 out, round 2. Had a stellar race. Just kept themselves out of trouble and had cracking pace around Donington, which is one of the tracks on the British GT DLC. And obviously the Honda's a little bit down on the bop at Hungaroring. So fingers crossed that they can still have a decent result. They did move themselves up to P2 in the championship. Pickford, has he ever driven anything else other than the Bentley?
I think that's a no. He seems to have sworn allegiance to that Bentley.
When you're on a good thing.
That's it.
Merritt's in the chat saying, you know, it was a clean start when the stewards can already dish out the start penalties. Well, that's true.
Not wrong there.
Start penalties at Silverstone were coming out 4 or 5 minutes before the end of the 30-minute races. So there was that much fun and games at the start.
Not wrong. We're just going back on one of these incidents between 38 and 27 now. This is a little bit beforehand, but these two cars have been battling for several corners prior to the incident. Overall, this is a pretty good battle. Bentley's taking the inside there. The Ferrari get the inside here for turn 4. Still side by side. You don't want to go side by side up here, ever.
Nobody's given in though.
Oh, slight little touch. 38 is around.
They've done very well for that first 5 corners.
Just happened to be that 6th corner that got him in the end.
Got them in the end. Something had to give.
When the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo 2 is released, will anyone be purchasing it, assuming it's DLC, or is it going to be a here, have a free car? Because you'd hope so. You'd hope it's free. But is anyone excited for it?
If it's free, I'll definitely give it a go. If it's paid, I don't think there's going to be many people purchasing it.
Unless it comes with 3 tracks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because people aren't going to be buying the car, they'll be buying the tracks.
Yes.
I reckon though, did they say when it was going to be released? I'm really hoping over like the Christmas holiday period. but I don't think so. I think it's going to be like early-ish 2022. Just bad timing. Would have been perfect over Christmas break.
Yeah. Just something to incentivize people to actually buy the game if they haven't already.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
Yeah, they haven't made any official announcement, have they? It's just there's been speculation.
Yeah, it's coming, but they're going to be putting it into some esport event or something
right.
first, which is an interesting way to do it. Like, do they think sim races are stupid because it's not really an amazing car that you just jump up and down for? It's just, oh yeah, that's cool. I might give that a few laps.
Yeah.
So the build-up doesn't quite match what the product is. Whereas if it was coming with the American GT DLC, now we can get excited, but I'm not sure. So we see a couple of little small penalties coming through. 245's picked up a 10-second penalty. Interesting gaggle of cars here. Porsche, Nissan, Bentley, Audi right behind. That's Vandelay just picked the penalty up. Oh, 100% dead. But it won't be before then. I thought it was released next year. I could be wrong. I could have missed an announcement, but looks like Steve Lewis has just had an off. He's dropped down the leaderboard pretty massively.
Front, Keita's closed the gap again to Hooley, and Lloyd's dropped a couple of seconds.
Oh. Nice.
That's sadness.
It is. Trying to pick his moment to get back on track. It's not easy sometimes. It's 5 on 5. I reckon when the Evo 2 comes out, we'll probably do like a little spec series. Just pick a night of the week to do it on. Oh, 3 wide. That is a deep send there by that car. Who was that? Richard? No. Everyone's gone wide. Paul Boxall's just mistimed his brakes and then had to bail out so he didn't hit anyone.
Good avoidance by everyone though.
Was
Yeah, similar to the GT4 series. You might pick a few circuits that we haven't really done much on, and we know which ones they are.
going to have to arrange for a few more extra nights in the week, though, Mel.
We still got Friday nights available.
Yeah, you're right. You're very right. Probably Friday, Saturday night, just for a few weeks. Because we're using those 2 days for like special events that normally have a bit of a longer time.
Or maybe you could do it as like an off-season event in between sprint series.
Possibly. That's why I was saying it would have worked over Christmas, the holiday season, because we don't have anything planned and we are going to be taking a break, but having a little easy access series like that, just up and about when people want to join, yeah, it would have been perfect, but I think it's going to be a couple months after that before it's released, from what I can tell. I think it'll be out by then. Someone might have to do some Googling. Where is it? I'm trying to find that spin. No, I can't find it. So it looks like everyone's got into the rhythm now here at the 3 hours of Hungaroring. Land Makita. Always connected to the hip, these two. 4/10 at the moment. Floyd's dropped back a little bit, 2.1. There's 37 teams racing tonight. Zaccardo. I think I found it. Beautiful. So this is what happened to Miles last lap in the Lamborghini. Bang. Too
Curb,
much apex. And
Too
just
much.
unloaded that rear.
Good avoidance.
Yeah, it's easier to do, especially in a car that really isn't that high off the ground like the Lambo.
No, not at all. Very lucky to not, to avoid the walls, but did great stuff there to get it off track, just off exit of the racing line, which a few cars do drift wide into.
Did pretty much all he could to stay out of the way of other people.
Yep, so that's off to, oh, just caught cold saving that. So who have we got here? We've got Reynolds leading the way from Ty and Johnson.
Ty is currently our Pro-Am leader, but it's close at the moment.
Very close.
We've
4-1-4.
got battles for both the Pro lead and the Pro-Am lead currently taking place. Always good to see.
Oh, it is. Oh, that's close. Very close. Down.
Dowd, Clark and Young.
Lambo, McLaren, Honda.
Young had
You go.
I was just going to say, Young had a couple of good battles at
That's a send.
Silverstone during the week.
Oh, there's a little bit of a tap there.
Yeah, went very deep under brakes and just a bit too deep.
Clark, he's got a
Nice.
Ooh. Yeah, he's lost the positions doing that, and Young's now up into P14.
Nearly clean. Which one? Zach, the pink one?
The pink Honda is beautiful, by the way.
Isn't that one of the safety car liveries we had? I swear that was very similar. We had a pink one. Maybe it had a little bit of yellow on it.
I don't know what it is, but pink and Honda just works so well.
Zach Morris picked up a 15 for collision on lap 13. This is what happened on that turn one. Oh, that's a good question. There you go, just goes a bit too deep. Loses out. Is the sprint penalty point system used in Enduros? Oh, kind of loosely. Oh, Young's not loose here. He's going to look at the inside. He's going to get it done. He's going to have the inside tracking. Lamborghini wants to hang on the outside, but Honda is a man on a mission. Yeah, the penalty point system is usually used loosely based on there's only 3 races, so it's really hard to accumulate similar points. Even though the races are longer, normally in a sprint round, the classes are a bit closer together. Get tangled a bit more often. So it's kind of used the same. If you're causing collisions all race, and you get tapped on the shoulder anyway. Another pen, 15 seconds for car 53.
Meanwhile, we're back here at the battle between Karud, Hopkinson, and Janicus. Or Johnicus, I should say.
Jonicus.
Can't confuse him with his brother Janicus.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out if there's more Sneakus brothers or sisters. Ritz is saying he's not loving the Lambo around here so far. His sympathies have gone out to Dowd. Jeepers and Janicus. Don't you dare celebrate or cheer anyone on. Maritz, we know what happens when that gets said. Maritz has nailed the curse last week.
Does he do commentary?
No, he just does it from. He doesn't need to come in the comms box. He just does it from chat.
Ah.
What car is fastest around here typically? Oh. There's a few that are all right. I thought the Merc was pretty decent. I'll tell you in a second.
The Fez does alright.
Yeah, the Fez is very good around here.
Oh, if you can have a look at replay Fowler and D at the beginning of this lap, about turn 2 to 3.
Yep. Another penalty there, I think, has popped up. This lap or last lap?
Lap 15.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
This one, they were 0.1 apart, and then they were 6 seconds apart.
So this is the incident that Glenn's talking about. This is ACC contact in a nutshell.
Yeah. Saw this at Silverstone during the week too, didn't we?
Oh, it's just a little bit of contact and off the Macca goes.
Gee whiz.
That's
a trampoline
interesting.
effect.
Yeah, that's very interesting, the way that works.
It just shouldn't happen like that. Like McLaren the Ferrari didn't even notice it. Well, unfortunate. What would you prefer to see as a sim racer in those type of... Do you want to see like just dead compact and more damage, or are you happy to see cars bounce off like that to kind of prevent cars coming together? Personally, I think games need to kind of work on their contact box side by side, because maybe a little bit of side damage, but just rubbing as racing type of stuff, you don't really want to see that.
Yeah, because it was just a little nudge and off Fowler goes into the abyss.
Yep. Back to the Hungaroring cars. So the Bentley's actually solid around here, like really solid. And he's currently P4, but you're looking at cars like McLaren's fast, Porsche's fast, Ferrari's fast. You can kind of see what type of cars are really good around here. But then you've got cars like the Mercedes and the Bentley, which are really strong. Probably a little bit down is the Lambo, BMW, Honda, and then you got the Aston, Audi. There or thereabouts. And oh yeah, the Nissan is absolute garbage around here.
Oh, good thing we weren't doing it for spring.
Yep. But you knew all 4 tracks before you picked your car? Just run the entire race ghosted. Easy. Easy. Actually, just don't do races. We'll just do time trials. Yeah.
Yeah. And just hand all the trophies to O'Hara, do we?
Oh, he doesn't have all the hot laps at the moment. The Nissan isn't that bad. Better than the M6.
I mean, most things are better than the M6.
Interesting. You say that, Andrew, but you have never submitted a relative car strength number to me for the Nissan. So I'm going off. Sorry, yeah, the BMW is obviously the worst here, but the Nissan's also garbage.
Well, I mean, the Nissan just struggles plenty with understeer problems, which definitely doesn't help when you're going through Sector 2.
That should make the Nissan great again. Or was it ever great to start with? Make the Nissan great?
Just make the Nissan good.
So we saw earlier that Houlihan and Makita got away a little bit from Floyd, but he's right back on them again because they're battling. Look at it, 20. Pit stop's about 10 minutes time, unless someone's going real short, which you don't really want to do early. You always run the risk of running into traffic.
Yep. Not the place you want to be held up.
What lap time was they doing? So last laps for Houlihan was a 43.9, Makita was a 44.3, so they're still cracking pace. Floyd did a 43.7, Geelong did a 43.9, and they're the only cars that are on 43s at the moment, so they're not really being held up. So you just want to keep running and just get to that first stop. I know if Makita was leading, she'd go long early. Use that track in front of you to your advantage. But it won't be too long until they do come up to a bit of traffic. You can see on the track map they're just coming up to the chicane. And a couple of corners ahead we've got a couple of blue flag cars, so that'll spice things up. Because there's always a massive talking point in any sim racing, especially endurance racing, are blue flags.
Blue flags specifically at Hungary can be a real pain.
Yeah. It's in the background. That was close. Dowd nearly into the back of Karud's Porsche.
Very, very tight. Or, in that time, I think there was a little bit of contact there between Dowd and Karud.
The Nissan just needs loving hands behind the wheel.
Who was that spun around?
Sorry, I missed that. It's Stephen Ty, who's been really talked up in chat a little bit. A lot of support for Stephen, so that's your fault, chat. You should never cheer on a driver.
I blame O'Gold, sorry.
Yeah, I'll blame my gold anyway. Just chuck an RB26 in it. Does anyone have a Toyota K70 out of interest?
I don't even have my L's yet.
You still got money though, you can buy cars, you just can't drive them.
Yeah, I mean, not yet. I mean, I can get my L's if I really want to. That's the plan. Yeah, we've got a battle going on here between Hopkinson and Clark. Side by side through turn 2, going into turn 3. Looks like Clark's gonna hold on. And also, Zach, I've already taken enough L's, sorry.
Well, let's find out what happened to Stephen Tyre. He's got Carl Johnson behind. He's chasing down Ashland Reynolds, who's up to 8th now with no practice. He's had a bit of a sneaky look. Oh, Bentley's just touching grass. Couldn't get on the brakes quick enough. And spun him. Unfortunately, that's definitely going to be looked at by the stewards. And that's all Zach James's fault. The K70 looks like a Prince Skyline. Oh, it depends. It's a funny little car. Trying to get my hands on one. It's been quite some time since I got myself a car, and I'm just trying to work out what to get. I can just sort of tinker with a bit. Take to a track. Any suggestions?
Preferably something that goes.
It doesn't have to go straight off the bat, but something that I can work on. You can get plenty here in the Philippines. Oh, yeah, but what's the cost to import? So this is the blue flags I was talking about. They are on the back of the 100 car. Oh, don't go too wide. That was close. But just everything's gone up in price lately since COVID. The houses, cars. There's a chip shortage in the whole world, which has increased prices of pretty much any electronics.
So pretty much everything, because electronics basically consumes everything nowadays.
But milk. My milk hasn't gone up yet. That'll be the end of me if it does.
Take out a mortgage to get a video card these days.
Oh yeah, can't even buy a PlayStation 5 unless you know Braden Ross.
He's got all of them in Australasia, I understand.
Get an MX-5. I can't get something with an open roof because I just don't like myself enough. It'd be fun to drive on a track for sure, but it needs to be tin top, and I don't think MX-5s. Are they got any hard tops still? Actually, to be honest, don't even know. I tried to talk the girlfriend into getting a Golf, but I think she wants an SUV.
A SUV.
So we can get a 86. Yeah, looked at it, but they're for the price they're pretty gutless. They're a lot of fun, handling wise. Bit of a rough drive. Yeah, they've kicked off now, big time. You just hope they don't trip over. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
No. How have they made that work? And this is the moment here for Houlihan. I've got to hold off Paquita. They're coming up to the pit stop soon though. Bang. Will bang in. Paquita's going to have the inside line coming into this corner. Oh, Hoolie's going to try to cut off. Nope, leaves the door open. And gets a nudge and loses 2 positions in her corner. Will we see an early pit stop? No, we won't. They're going to keep fighting. So Ferrari now leads the way from Floyd's McLaren and Houlihan's Porsche.
Those blue flags definitely didn't do Houlihan any favours there. Especially considering he had to go right up the middle of them.
Yep.
Wow.
Doing the Moses and parting the seas. Damn straight. And Geelong's made the most of that as well. He's less than a second back from Houlihan. But we do expect pit stops to be around the 2:15 mark. That'll be bang on for a 45-minute stint. Now that Bakita's leading, she may go long, but it could pay off if one of these cars behind pits and doesn't have traffic and gets a really good run. This all depends on fuel loads as well. And
Looks like Johnson's picked up penalty for the contact with Ty.
yeah, that's fair. Let's race a golf together at Simmons.
Having a look at the track map, there's not too many clear sections where you
No,
can see
really
somebody
spread
come out
out.
after a pit stop. Right at the moment.
If you put your here, you can rally anything. Rallying is expensive because you're always going to break something. Always.
Well, will that be your car or your back?
Yeah. Or someone's fence. Stefan is really cheering on Floyd and Sweet. But this is a great battle. We're nearly 40 or just over 40 minutes into the race and the top four separated by less than 2 seconds. Hope this continues for the next 2 hours.
Will make things very exciting.
Yep. Yeah, so if you've got any suggestions for cars, I've been looking. Feel free to throw a few out there over the duration of this race. Beamer's been a 2011 type of Beamer would be good, but you can't find many manuals out there, and the prices are a little bit higher. And generally, BMW engines are an absolute bastard. They're so good at handling, they're such a good drive, but their engines are a shit to work on. And my brother is a mechanic, and he told me to get hooked. Let's have a guess. Who's going to pit first out of Bakita, Floyd, and Houlihan? I'm going to say Floyd.
Geelong.
He wasn't one.
They all dummied. I swear they all just dummied that.
Yeah.
Oh, the car has to be rear-wheel drive and manual. That's the two musts. And have 4 wheels, not 2.
Or 3.
Not 3.
Alright, that rules out Reliant Robin.
Look, I get one of those just to try it. But I don't think you'd be able to find it pretty easy.
Not in Australia, no. I mean, if you're in the UK, probably.
Borg's pitted. He's the first in the top 10, but he wasn't in our gambling. We're looking at Bakita, Floyd, Houlihan, Geelong. Who's going to pit first? Interested to see where Borg comes out.
Reckon Hooley will pull the pin.
Yep.
That's starting to lose a little bit. A little bit of time off the back at Floyd.
I'll be gained back in this second sector.
Just fork out for a club sport mail. I've got a VL sitting in my backyard.
Conan's disconnected.
Oh, he's going so well.
The non-practice is caught up to him.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You're going to get back out there, Scode, or just going to leave it at that? We started with 37. We're down to 35. Who's the next one to drop? If I bought a Turbo Falcon, Ben, I reckon my old man would kill me. Miles has picked up a 10. Caution collision on lap 20. Miles was the car that spun earlier, but I don't think it was that lap. So he's obviously had a moment somewhere else.
Herbert and Seneca in.
Yeah, more and more of the top 10 are starting to roll in now. Johnson will need to serve that 10-second penalty in his pit stop though, so he'll drop a few spots. Just see the front runners get past a few back markers who are being lapped.
Yeah, so it's going to kick off now. This will continue for some time, probably the rest of the race. Just all these cars are now spread out pretty well.
There's no real gaps that cars can fit into now, so it's sort of just praying that you don't get put into a bad spot.
So, will they pit? Oh, my brother's got a chaser. I think it's a chaser. And Hooly Dooly and Juong. So technically, Houlihan's in first. So well done, Glenn.
Thank you.
You
I'll
win.
take my winnings.
Absolutely all.
I'll take second place.
Yes. Yeah, you did too.
Alright, now which one of them is going to be in last?
Makita.
Makita. Saxon, 10-second penalty, speeding in the pits. Where the fuck? There it is. Oh, my mouse disappears every now and then. So we'll try and keep half an eye out on the leaders or the top four that have pitted. We'll just smash through this. Got a bit of side-by-side action. Hey, Tom. Don't worry about fuel, Linton. Cars are there to be driven. We'll spend her.
They're out
Oh.
together.
That was close.
Very close.
How much would a Grand Cherokee Trackhawk be, though? I'm not a man with a lot of coin.
It would be quite expensive considering it is a Jeep.
Yeah, my brother does have a chaser, and he spent quite a few dollars on it, and it's quite a bit of money. And
Income sweet.
bang,
Oh, that's
So-
Floyd.
Floyd, yep.
Sweet Floyd, same stuff. They live together. I don't know, I made that up. And my other brother's bought a, he's done up a 1600 Datsun, like a 69 model.
Makita, 5-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 23. That would be for the contact with Houlihan when getting past, I'd suggest.
Yeah, the bump and run, that would make sense. I reckon that's the one you're talking about.
And I reckon that's fair penalty. Because it was a little bit of an aggressive move to bump and run like that, but knowing Makita, she'll be able to work her way a bit more forward, so that penalty won't cause as many issues.
Yeah. Oh, if you just look at this though, she's going to be at this stage behind Houlihan, Floyd, and Juon. In this case, it'll be hang on. So Hunter and Brits are now in the car. Brits has dropped back a lot earlier. He must have made a mistake somewhere. They come out of the pits exactly in the same area, and now Corey Sweet is going to split them down the middle. So I'm pretty sure he's come out the same spot that he was.
No, he's come out behind the 964 car. He was ahead before.
Yep. 140k for Trackhawk. Oh. Yeah, I think that might be out of my budget at the moment. Maybe we can have an OOR sponsored Trackhawk.
I wonder what the prices of the new Bronco are.
I'm not sure. So we'll stay on board with Hunter, and Bakita's in the pit, so she's going to have to serve that 5-second penalty. And I assume Lawrenson's going to be in the car. So Hunter is currently, based on pit stops, provisionally P1. We wait. I would assume that she comes out behind Brits. But as they say, the assumption is the mother of all feck-ups. Maserati Gran Turismo, well, yeah, that'd be right if we had money. And you can see she hasn't dropped yet. So Hunter's going to go past. Brits look on the right hand side of Brits' steering. She's going to come out in front of Brits. So all things considered, with a 5-second stop, is it Lawrenson in the car? It is Lawrenson.
But Lawrenson seems to have
Oh
some
no!
issues with the gearbox.
He's stuck in 6th. Oh no! Big thing, big dramas here for car 51. 6th gear, gang, is not ideal here at Hungaroring. It will not shift down.
Because I thought he was going a bit slow when out of the first corner.
Yep. Big F here in chat. Car 51 is stuck in 6th gear. There's obviously technical issues here for Lawrenson on his end. And just like that, they did come out of the pits in P3, but rapidly dropping time. And yeah, I don't know what they're going to have to do. Going to have to pit again. I think they're going to have to put Bakita back in the car, and Lawrenson's going to have to sort out his gear. Because if they pull over and return to pits, they're going to lose a lap easy, if not 2 laps. You can't downshift here to use engine braking. Yep, so he's going to pit, and I reckon they're going to throw Bakita in the car. Oh.
He's not going to be able to turn on the pit limiter, so he's going to need to keep an eye on his speed.
Oh, it's getting F in chat all around, really. 62, 63, 64, 65. You've got to slow down. Watch your speed. Oh, there's a pit speeding penalty coming up as well. It's gone from bad to worse here for car 51. Our championship leader at the moment. Wasn't that throwing a spanner in the works? So leading the way now, 964, Daniel Hunter.
2.5 seconds clear. Corey Sweet.
We'll go back to this. Yeah, because big gaps opened up already. So that battle for the top 4 was less than 2 seconds between the 4. Now, just like that, Sweet's
back in the car and
yeah,
trying to bring down pit lane.
And yep, there's the penalty for speeding in the pits, so that'll be changed to a 10-second.
Yeah, so if the game's giving you a stop-go 30, you've definitely 100% sped in the pits. It doesn't always pick it up. It normally picks it up on middle of the pit lane. It's actually pretty bad at picking it up, to be honest. But if you get one from the game, you've known you've definitely gone over.
Yes.
So that'll get cleared, and that'll get converted to our time penalty. Oh, I want to know what's happened there for Lawrenson. And I want to know, how do I get to 6th? You wouldn't use 6th gear till you get to the main straight. Is it just keep continued upshift? Is upshift and downshift the same button?
It wouldn't be, considering he did qualifying just fine.
That's true. Oh no!
Oh,
Oh, that's a wicked little snap. Did he keep it
that-
out of the fence?
Based on how that looked, I think he may have just clipped the wall, but that really kicked for Girardi.
Try and find it. So this is what happened. Let's watch what happened. There we go. Yeah, that's gonna. No
no,
fence.
How has he done that? That is crazy.
It's God tier.
180.
It looks for all
360,
certainty
lovely.
that was going into the fence.
That's 10 out of 10.
You might need to look into the sport of synchronized spinning.
Very impressive.
Who was it on Silverstone who had that fantastic pirouette during the week? No, can't remember.
Can't remember.
There was a. It was a ripper. It was just. Looked more like netcode than anything.
Yeah, something with the downshift's not working.
Yep. Very lucky to keep it at the back of Floyd or Sweet there. Didn't
Yeah.
quite have the engine braking and the downshifting that he wanted, so his brakes are like, oh shit. Very unfortunate. Alright, let's go back through the grid and let's find some more battles. Oh shit, that's the wrong button. Oh. Tell you what, 420s, where did they start? Up to 4th. I swear they were down a little bit further than that.
What, they were like... Well, they would have been about 9th or something.
I'll just probably check the sheet that I've got in front of me. 420 started in 7th. So they're up 3.
They're putting in a solid race so far, though.
Yep, they certainly are.
But Borg got them away on a good start, and they're now up to P4 thanks to the 51 cars problems.
So Sneakers Brothers started in 9th. They're up 3 positions to 6th. The 5-on-5 hasn't completed their first stop, so that's probably why they're a bit further up the order. Car 90, currently 8th overall. Guess where they started? P19.
Whoa.
Honda, which is not great.
And they'll
around
be
here.
they'll be in 7th after the 5-on-5 pit stop.
Yep.
So they're making great progress through the field at the moment.
If we try and find Bakita, 24th they are now, and they've got the 10-second penalty for the unfortunate speeding in the pits. Oh, this looks spicy.
It's Wada and O'Donnell.
So we're nearly 1 hour in.
Thanks to Sam and Maritz in the chat for fixing my memory for me. The game had a bug apparently.
I like that. Just trying to work out a couple of things.
Oh,
Points.
Nichols has a drive-through penalty.
Track limits, you reckon?
Yep, I reckon that would be for track limits. and they're relatively easy to get around here.
Enjoying this battle here. Wada, O'Donnell, Hopkinson.
Has Baxter dropped down a bit? It's just
I think so.
he and Hopsy were higher up before the pit stops. Just checking that out.
It's 362 points. The way it sits at the moment, if it was to finish in this order, car 51 would be on 362 points. This is excluding qualifying, by the way, but it'll be very similar. And car 964 would be leading the championship. And where the hell's it gone? Well, 403 points, 413 points. Sorry, so they'll be leading by about 60. That's how quickly it changes around for the 180 points for the win. So far, we've seen two different teams get a win. Car 51 got round 1, and car 90 got round 2. So we see a third winner in 3 rounds, which would be fantastic considering Series 1, the same car won every single race. Which is, we're not playing for sheep's agents here, so we do like to see some good solid competition. And also, car 90, if they keeps up this work, gets into that top 5, they'll be still pushing that top 3 overall.
Yeah, they've just been keeping it consistent in the 90 car, so yeah, hopefully they can reap the rewards from it.
Not wrong there. Yeah, so car number 9 we're on board with now. They did start in 5th position, so they've dropped 10. I'm not sure if there might have been a penalty applied, might have been a moment somewhere, but they fought their way back. Where's Team Cornboy? I cannot see their car. G'day Tom, Greenie, everyone. What car number is Cornboy? Is it 919? No, 818. They're down in 31st. A bit further down than we'd expect, but still battling along. He's behind the car 90 we're talking about, and this is let through Carood's 111, I think. Yeah, Aaron Lee's in the car. I think there might be debut for Aaron Lee in a Endurance Series. Normally Sam Misson's been in the car. There's a lot of names in OOR, and I can surprise sometimes I remember them all.
Yeah, it does my head in how you can remember
If I've typed it out or written it down, I'll remember. But I have to type it out or write it down. I don't know what type of memory that's called, but it's a lot easier to remember someone's face, though. Not that I see any of them. Unless you're on Cam's OnlyFans, and then there's only one face you need to see.
I'm not sure what would be more memorable, Cam's face or Cam's voice.
I was wondering where you were going with that one too.
You're in fine form today, Alex.
Thank you.
You might have to raise your bat and reach a half century here. On the way to a ton. Chances of rain are high, but for some reason, even if the variable set is high during the race, it doesn't seem to change much. So we've got 5k winds, which has been similar-ish all race, but that cloud cover is very ominous. It could go either direction.
I mean, based on the way the wind's blowing, I assume it will go in that direction.
Oh, thanks for that, Alex. Yes, Alex does need a pay rise. Pick a
Wait,
10%.
what?
10% of zero. It's probably still zero.
Yes. I was just about to say, wait, you're getting paid for this?
Yeah, aren't you?
The boy from Repugnant. Ah, yes, this is the Pro-Am class battle. This is 1, 2, 3 provisionally. We do have Miles Lenclio. Lens. How do you say that? Lancanilio? Miles, we'll just call him Miles. He does have another stop to serve than these three gentlemen, so, and the 10-second penalty, so I wouldn't imagine he's in the battle here for the podium in the Pro-Am class. Unless these three become tangled. You guys are getting paid? What's that off? Oh, maybe it's off Where the Millers. That was pretty funny. That's a really good movie.
Just been looking at this name for the last 30 seconds. Lecanaleo.
Yeah. I think it looks sort of like Lacanalao or something like that.
Yeah.
Lacanalao. Lacanalo. Is it low or lao? Because I know a lot of people with that low isn't pronounced low, so I don't know.
Yeah. It's,
So now we need a pronunciation on the pronunciation, Greeny.
what we've got Ryan Green chat. Lacanalo.
But is it low or lao?
Lecanaleo.
Low. We'll go with low.
Low.
How low can you go? Comms is pretty low at the moment.
Thank you, Ryan.
We appreciate your inputs.
Yeah, great to see. Another battle for a class win.
And this is also the battle for the top 10 position as well.
That's very true.
He's looking pretty pacey.
So the
Well,
4-1
Barney was just a bit wide there. He's invited Withers around the outside, but it's backed out.
So the 414 car, which is ahead of this battle, leads the way for the Pro-Am class with 132 points. Car 27 is second in the Pro-Ams with 108 points. They are a little bit down the order.
Yep.
So much so, I don't even think they're on... Oh, no, they are there. 27th is... Yeah, 17th, you're right. Where's 52 on the leaderboard? So they're 16th overall and 81 points. Still anyone's game, this series. It'll come down to Spa, I reckon. I just wish we can see a little bit of precipitation during this race. If you want to see precipitation in this race, don't forget to donate or become a YouTube sub, become a patron. That'll always goes towards rain. Oh, imagine Bahrain wet tomorrow, Alex. At night, in the desert.
I mean,
Things I'd like to see.
It's definitely possible, but I mean, Bahrain is already slippery enough without the rain.
Yeah, I don't think we've had a wet race at Bahrain yet.
I don't think I'd really appreciate just a mudslide on the track.
I think we would.
Yes.
So, hour and 50 left. We see car 964 a little leading the race, 2.8 seconds up the road from 97. Those two have extended a decent sized lead on the 130 car, which is Race Sim Prince. But another battle that I've just spotted is the battle for fourth. Ali Kairuden's currently in the car.
This battle's been raging for quite a few laps now. Ali's still holding on nicely over Van Vliet.
Van Vliet, you got it right the first time. That one's been talked about a bit. we word that one out. I don't know if it's Sonicus or Sonicus. Apparently it's Sonicus, but it doesn't sound right to me, so I'm going to change the way they pronounce their own name. Fire up and zing on. G'day, John Hancock. You must be having a ball in that battle at the moment, old Donald. Keita has moved up 4 spots since the dramas with Andrew Lawrenson's pit stop and Gearishin. DM question. I said no, send photos during streams, mate.
Shouldn't you be focusing on the stewarding and the spreadsheet, Cam?
That sorts itself, doesn't it? I have replied, sir.
Mel.
Yes.
Turn 5, 4 and 5 this lap for Bakita and whoever she took out.
This lap?
Yep.
Rightio. Found it. So this is Bakita getting the move done for 19th on Nichols. It was an interesting looking one. I'll let you guys look at it. Yeah, just into the back ever so slightly, and Nichols somehow can hit a car.
And I can tell you there's probably a little bit of frustration in that one too because she was behind for a full lap.
Yes. Yeah, it's just smallest of touches, but smallest of touches make the biggest of differences in this game.
This is, see right here, you should be on the brake. Anyone watching sim racing, this is where you should be on the brake because your car is angling back towards the track. And it shouldn't take this long to get back on it because this Bentley has nearly died and paid the ultimate price.
Oof. Yeah, and he probably put brake on at the worst possible point because he's ended up stopping right on the racing line.
Yeah. It's a simple thing to do. Just got to be very mindful to do it.
Yeah. I think it's just trying to form a habit of it is the main problem for most drivers.
Yeah, because the apply the brake thing is to try and get you off the track to prevent you getting on there. If braking causes you to get into the middle of the track, then there's a few scenarios on how to handle your car. I probably should do a video on it, and we will look at adding videos very soon. It's being worked on, just to give some demonstrations and examples. Because it's a lot easier to visually see what we're talking about rather than just read
Yeah.
or listen.
I mean, there's the classic saying, a picture says 1,000 words or whatever.
That's right, and that's why Cam's OnlyFans is up there as one of the best things I've ever seen. I have questions though.
Does the content have to do with no longer warming tires or warming your brakes?
Maybe. I thought Sammy Holmes there was going to look on the outside of the circuit to get that move done, but decided against it, which is good to see.
He's gonna have a go up the inside of the chicane though.
Nice move. Gets it done. A little bit bumpy and squirrely over that, which you expect, but solid overtake. Getting closer to the halfway point of this race. How is the leader faring?
Still not seeing any rain on that radar yet.
Big sads. We've
My
seen some quite
disappointment is
interesting
that-
things during this series where I think the 964 car got taken out towards the end of the race at round 1. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
similar happened to some other teams as well. Full of drama. You love to see it. We kind of love to see it as a spectator. Probably not as a driver so much.
Yeah, not so much if you're in the car.
For sure, Mac Daddy. I'd love to do that soon. I think a lot of sim racing groups focus pretty much too much on the rapid one lap pace, and that's what being at sim racing is all about. But they neglect or don't even care really about teaching drivers certain aspects of it, which are more racecraft things, which will then lead into more luck on track, better performance, and could lead into better lap times. But most importantly, it will lead to more fun because you understand what the fuck's going on everywhere. This corner is always dicey.
Yeah, you know, you can always just get something slightly wrong and you'll be off into the wall.
What are the chances for rain? What are we going to say? Well, I'm going to say, oh, the wind's picked up 1 more K.
Is Cam on wind watch?
I think Cam's on pen watch.
I reckon we could see maybe just a little bit of rain with about half an hour to go.
Oh, half an hour.
That would be spicy.
Would force people to play off the strategy a bit.
There you go. 51's picked up a 10-second penalty for the contact, and there you go. Nichols has picked up a 5-second penalty for dangerous driving, which would be the brakes, I reckon.
Yeah.
So, Stewart's on the ball there. So it's only a minimal penalty there for the brakes because no contact was made, but it's still dangerous. Much like moving under brakes, if you do that too often, even without contact, you're going to get pinged. But 3-hour race, 5-second penalty, I think you can cop that one on the chin. I do understand though that when that happens, sometimes your mind's probably elsewhere, where you're probably a bit upset that you've been spun, or you panic a bit and you forget to do the basic things. But those that are racing on track with you, it's not their fault that you come back across the track. So that's why it's a very important rule. You'll see it in real life racing where you can actually get bans and stuff for being dangerous like that. Pit lane stuff is also very dangerous in real life racing, but in sim racing it's obviously a little bit different because the only thing with the pits is you gain an advantage on time. You're not endangering anything. Well, they'll look inside here of car 90. These Pro-Am teams are going fantastic. A bit squirrely there in the rears from Peter Viney. The car looks massive for him. He's been driving the Ferrari in the Sprint Series, so looks a bit out of place in it. And is that
Very
Withers
tight
behind?
history.
No, it's a blue flag, unfortunately.
Willers is just behind that.
Yeah.
Luke and Viney have been glued together for about 6 laps now.
Yep.
And they're really piling
Right,
the pressure
right.
on the Phipps.
Both very good drivers within their own rights. Fluke's normally in the BMW, so he's in the Aston for this series.
I mean, they do have some similarities between the two.
The cars.
Yes. But the BMW will be a BMW at the end of the day.
Yeah, he's probably got a little bit more to work with the Aston, and it's a bit more of an accountable car. BMW,
Well, that was
you're
a
going to
bit
push.
close from Viney there.
It is, and Withers is right on the back. He's gone a little bit deep. I mean a lot deep. Jamie's trying to stay out of his rear quarter, and does so. So Robert Fluke, there's no fluke in that name at all on track because he's won the last 2 Pro-Am races with his teammate.
They've been very, very consistent within the Pro-Am class.
Yep. What's the opposite word for fluke? Nothing?
No, got nothing.
Yeah, I've got nothing either. Yeah.
Good question, Mum.
Yeah, there you go. What's the opposite
me a
word for
minute.
fluke, chat? The boy from Rapundip's going up to Google.
We used all our big words at Silverstone.
Oh yeah, I've used them all up this week. Sunday night's race is going to be just 1-syllable words the entire night. Oh no. Crash. Bad. Skilled? Oh, I don't think so. Intended?
I like a Cole.
Intended's probably... It's a tricky one.
Okay, so
Thanks,
here
local.
we've got antonyms for fluke: misfortune, certainty, design, plan.
Yeah, it's a... Yeah. Plan?
Because yeah, we've got
Nailed. Assured. This is some good content coming through now. Chat has lifted the game. E-Colf is good. So locals go on the actual reverse of fluke. Whatever is said in chat stays in chat. Is that what you're going? Oh, meanwhile up ahead, it looks like, I don't know if Covering's had a moment, but he's no longer 4th. He's 6th and a fair few seconds back. So I might just go to the replay booth. See if I can find something.
Oh, we've got information
found
from Al taken out.
I just don't understand how that happens on a straight.
That's just
And look at, and this straights can be 6 cars wide.
that is interesting to say the least.
Look for their Coverings come across there to start with. Then the Ferraris come back. They both converged, and then Covering's one that paid the price. It's just hold your line.
Yeah, don't try and squeeze that early on in the straight, and if you do, at least make sure you don't hit the other car.
Yeah.
That's just clumsiness at the end of the day.
Hopefully not too much damage for Covering. He's dropped another second, so I'd get fair say that there's a little bit. Approaching about the 1 hour 30 mark, which would mean second stops due. A couple of penalties coming through. Possible error on both sides. I'd say that's a fair assumption. Question for the commentators: what do you think is the hardest corner on this track? I'd definitely say turn 6.
Yeah, it would either be turn 6 or the maybe the last corner, just with how many lines you can take through there.
Just find the second last corner is...
Sorry, turn 5. So turn 5 on that graph would be the toughest for me.
Yeah, I find 14 difficult. Always
Yeah.
get on the power early.
13's another
Feels like
tricky
it
one.
should be.
Yeah, I was going to say 13 as well for me. Not that it's a difficult corner to actually make, but it's a difficult corner to absolutely nail and carry that speed through there.
Tries to trick you a bit, that corner.
It does. And Kai Rudin has pitted. Obviously, it's slightly early, but you can definitely get away with that pit stop. But no doubt it's carrying a little bit of damage, which is affecting lap times. Hunter Still leads 2.3 seconds. And this is the battle for fourth. Now with sim racing, you can go through a patch where you don't have much luck whatsoever, where cars crash in front of you, you've got nowhere to go, or you get taken out, or you make your own mistakes. Those types of patches don't last forever. John, in his first 4 races at OOR, I think didn't last 5 laps at each nearly, without being thrust upon an incident. But I said to him, just hang with it, your luck will change, and this week he's picked up a win. And now, sitting 5th overall in an endurance race.
Yeah, fortunes can change very, very quickly, even when you don't realise it.
Bit of confidence helps too, doesn't it? Because he got a podium the week before.
That's
Yes,
it.
confidence is definitely a big one in helping you perform.
Remember the first couple of seasons, or the first probably 2 or 3 seasons of our F1 series, we had one driver who kept showing up, but he had 24 DNFs.
Wow.
Lots of it was self-inflicted, but he'd still rock up the next week.
Determination.
Yeah, that is sheer determination.
Or just a glutton for punishment.
Yeah, a bit of both, I reckon.
Masochist.
Yep. I've just noticed this battle. Look at these cars here. So
That
this
is quite the gaggle.
Yep. Battle for 8th. Or battle for 7th, but Fluke's just got away a little bit.
Yeah.
Look at that. And you can see in 13th position, Bakita. Still a fair few seconds back from this
Hopkinson's
battle.
coming
but
into the pits.
he's going to be the first one to pit in this train. Choo-choo.
It's the end of Baxter's double stint.
So yeah, Hobbsy will now be in the car for the remaining hour and a half.
He's done well. They lost 15 seconds at the first pit stop. Of course, with the penalty that they served. That's why they dropped down to about 18, 19, I think. 17, 18, 19.
They're recovering well, though.
Good recovery, yep.
Yeah, very much so. Got a couple of Odyssey cars here. The 219 and the 220.
Pretty sure they're the only Odyssey cars racing in this event.
It's very true.
The 2 Bentleys have decided not to come to Hungary, which is why I am here.
Pick the right spot, mate. She's nice and dry up here.
Yes, very nice. Although I have need to be sheltered from the rain a bit. It's been a bit wet here, at least. So whether that's a sign for things to come later on in the race, who knows?
Yes, local. This is my favourite track. Is it going to go side by side? I think Carnoni's made a mistake. I just missed that ahead. Don't bang. Don't bang. We know what happens last time this happened.
They're holding their line nicely. They're still side by side. The Odyssey cars are going to help each other out a bit here, are they?
Scared to watch.
Yeah, I'm puckering.
Holding around the outside.
Yeah, Michael showing
That
good
is
experience there.
very well done by Withers.
Jake Baldwin wants an update on car 51. Or where do we start? The first 45 minutes were bang on, perfect, leading the race by a good second perhaps. Awesome battle with the top 4. And Lawrenson got in the car, and it's all going downhill since. Not because Lawrenson's been slow or had incidents, but He's had technical issues where he couldn't downshift, so that he had to do one lap. Paqueta came back in. During that stop, they sped in the pits, so there's 10-second penalty, and also during Paqueta's last stint here, she's picked up a 10-second penalty for causing a collision. So that's pretty much where you're at, and you're sitting in 12th at the moment. As you can see, this is Clayton, and just behind that is the car 51.
Keita is on an absolute charge at the moment.
Going well then. Well, you were 24th at some stage, and if the race finished the way it was, you would have been in P2 in the championship. But I think if you can claw your way back into that top 10, you should be able to retain P1 overall and come down to Spa in round 4.
Here comes Clayton on Phipps.
Oops. So yeah, we're past the halfway stage, so the second pit stop window is open or due.
Okay, so 964's
Pitted.
somewhere at a point. Yeah.
Oh, that was close.
They're going to need to be careful now that Paqueta's on the back of them.
Yep. It's definitely a skill in itself to claw your way through the field. You're controlling lots of emotions.
It's not something that you want to have to do, but when you do have to do it, you'd hope to do it well.
It's fun as well. Like, it's a good challenge.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fun. Because back at the Zolder round in the sprint series, I had a poor qualifying in the wet as Phipps comes into the pits and Paqueta gets past Clayton. Yeah, I had a poor qualifying in the wet and I had to make my way through the field, which was a lot of fun actually. Really enjoyed it, and yeah, it ultimately put me in the position to come back with decent results.
3 wide.
No.
This is 4 position.
Van Villiers.
That's Herbert. Oh,
That was weird. This is great battle. Herbert's now in the car for the 45 team. And who else is behind here? So Jean-Pierre Sneakers is also in the car now for number 9. They are 9th and number 9.
the two battles have sort of come together a bit and are split by each other.
So car 9 is chasing down the 45 and just got Clayton in the middle of it, but it's for track position. It's for race position, so Clayton doesn't have to get out of the way. Go for gold, son.
This is all just fair play. Just go for it.
So car 97 is also pitted.
Yep.
And you can just see in the bottom right, it comes out just behind Houlihan.
And
So it's gonna
Clayton's coming
forward.
in.
Yeah, that's a good decision to tap out of that. So 964 is leading this race. Ignore that leaderboard in the top left. So there we go. Houlihan from Floyd. 130 cars still out there. And then we've got Herbert, who's the next best for the team, that was pitted twice. In good position here, the 45 and the 9 car. Possible podium chance today. Was 45 ahead of 9 before the pit stop? I thought 9 might have been ahead.
No, 45 was ahead.
It was. Great to see they can continue that battle. And now the 130 car's pitted. So we'll keep an eye on the 130 in the pits. Question from Mac Daddy. Best recovery drive you've seen either in OR or IRL? Oh, I've seen too many races to even know. I've seen some great ones in OR.
I think if you're looking at IRL, I think Van Gisbergen's P17 to P1 at the Sandown would be a good shout.
Is that the one when he had broken ribs or cracked ribs?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane. They hurt. They bloody hurt. Let's look at some top speeds here of these cars. 248.9 there for the Bentley. Endurance come out in P3 as expected. We've got Lee and Fluke in the pits as well. So I wonder if Lawrence has fixed his issue. Because I reckon Paquette will be scared witless to get into the pits. What? Oh no! Just made a little bit of a mistake there and whipped the Bentley around. It's unfortunate there for Jean-Pierre, JP. Bakita. DA. A couple of things have happened. Let's just say most of the second half of this race has not gone according to their game plan. But they're still there and still fighting. And
Pretty much the second half of this race so far has gone the way of their we do not want this to happen plan.
Basically. What else can we suss out for now? How's the Pro-Am battle going? Looks like they've kicked off round 3.
Still a couple of pit stops to
What's
play
414?
out there.
Why's 414 so far down? Have I missed something?
Because they've made a pit stop.
Ah.
Pitted, yep.
So it's now
Three
Johnson,
above.
High, and Clark in that battle.
But they have fallen back behind 52 by 1.8.
Picks up 10 seconds for being in the pits. So we've got a few cars yet to do to make their second stop. Championship leader, the 51 car. The next stop's going to take an extra 20 seconds with the penalties. Fowler and Susanna, these two cars we're looking at now, they've both got a 10-second penalty, so those two stops will be a bit longer. Couple on the pits at the moment. Still no sign of rain. Track temp is 20 degrees. It's near about 6 PM on server. Wind still at 6 k's an hour,
I reckon it's just going to tease us, isn't it?
as always.
Yeah.
Well, we've got Young in the 90 car, who is right on the back of, looks like Charles Clark.
So we're down to 35 teams. We've lost 2. We lost Reynolds and Blair through a disconnect. I'm not quite sure on the other team. swap screens for a sec. This is Herbert putting the pressure on Baketa, who's only pitted, or their car's only pitted once so far. Wow. Okay, we better get disconnect, I think. That was weird. So they've made 2 stops. They've only served 1 mandatory because that really sucks. They could have served another mandatory while they were in the pits.
I thought they would have.
No, they just obviously changed drivers and scooted away. Maybe there was a few buttons that Lawrenson couldn't press on his wheel. Pips is running on a hot spot. Oh yeah, I know that, but I haven't seen that happen yet. She should have raced in the sprint series. I think because of the drop round that she just utilised that to her advantage as best she could. Yeah, here we go. Moment of truth.
With add on 20 seconds of penalties with that as well.
Yeah, so keep an eye on Sadness Cam in the bottom right, and hopefully, Lawrenson has fixed his gear issue and go have some mega stints for the 51 car.
At this point, it's mainly just damage limitation for that car.
Yeah. So there's points down to 30th. So if you finish 20th, you pick up 33. If you finish 10th, you get 66. For the win, there's 180. So you see those gaps for the points there. Pretty big, the further you fall down, obviously. I reckon that aim for a top 10. If I get in that top 10 again, that's that damage limitation that they're after. You can just see that the cars are getting close to each other on the exit of the final corner, but you just can't really use the straight to your advantage because it's not very long.
The Keter is now moving.
Lawrenson's in the car.
Yep.
Moment of truth. Let's look for a downshift. No. No. No, I didn't see a downshift a second there, and I'm pretty sure. I'm scared. This. Uh-oh. Yep. I think it's all over for car 51.
Oh no.
Not to forget for the 51.
Oh no.
Technical issues here for this car. Lawrenson, this is his second attempt at trying to get the gearbox to work. And it's got nothing on the downshifts, which is really, really unfortunate. And there's no max stint time, but there is a max driver time, and if you can't get a decent amount of minutes in, then the car won't be qualified to complete the classification. Oh, that's really unfortunate. You hate to see it. Oh, they're close here. Clark and Young. So it really has spiced up the championship. Coming into the final round next month at Spa. And you can just see here, looks like Lawrenson's pitting. It's bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
very. It's not every day you have issues like that where you just can't downshift full stop.
You can see he wasn't upshifting knowing full well that that rev range would have just been too low and a bit more dangerous on track if he did have an issue with it. So he just stuck it in third. Strongest gear in a car, I think. For most cars. So yeah, I wonder what that means for the 51. They can obviously swap back to Bakita, but there's a max driver time in this series. So it's really opened the door up here for 964 to capitalise on this.
Could be a big payday for Houlihan and Hunter.
He's gonna have another go.
Yep. Well, they've served all their stops. Nah, she's
No.
game over. I think that's a retirement there for 51. Ah, frustrating for them. So we continue on. 414 is close to the Pro-Am lead. They've won both the first two races, but at the moment, Carl Johnson and Peter Viney, P1 in the Pro-Am class. This is Anna in the car 40. It still needs to do another stop, so they're a bit further down the order. That's a good question for chat. What's your most heartbreaking moment in sim racing?
Personally, I think losing the Brazil feature race in the F2 series we did by 9 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, that's tight.
But I mean, to be fair, I did start last because I invalidated the one-shot qualifying.
Start of lap 40. Oh, for this race, JC. I'll have to have a look at that. For me, it would definitely be the second time I DNF'd to Canada at the exact same corner where no one crashes.
I was about to say I would have to do with turn 4 at Canada.
The first one makes, like, no sense why the car snapped the direction it did. And it was like, pff, whatever, I've DNF'd, sucks. The second one, I know exactly what I did wrong, but I still did it. And in the wet, I downshifted one too many times, and the car just kind of locked up and turned. Oh, that's wide there for that Porsche. It's Ryan Green using all of the track. But yes, tell us your sad stories in sim racing. We'd love to hear it.
You will not get a sympathy.
No. But we'll laugh together. Because if you can't laugh at yourself, then life's too serious. And what car are you, by the way? 818, is it, JC? Yes. I've seen big
Yes,
damage in this car.
The car 51 did have to retire.
Oh wow! Wait till I show you this. This is absolutely.
This JC.
This is called threading the needle. Is this you, Valtteri Bottas?
Oh my god!
Oh.
I don't know where that looks more like Bottas's incident or Stroll's incident.
Yeah, geez, you're late on the brakes. You are so lucky.
Holy
you are
shit!
So lucky.
That was great reactions to to go through that gap though. Oh my god.
Holy smokes!
And there's just no reaction from Phipps.
Oh, that is sadness.
Oh
Central.
no.
Yeah, you're about 25 minutes late there. Pete knew it was coming.
Yep. He didn't want to get taken out.
Wow.
But yeah, I'm quite surprised by the Honda's lack of flinching.
I will credit you for avoiding though. You're probably more lucky than anything, but you kept it out of the back of the cars. And we have some great content. So that goes to the collection of Alex Bowen's comment early, and now that moment there. The highlights of the night for me.
Got to make a weekend highlights package if there's anything said tomorrow night.
Oh, for sure. Lontel L of the week. Oh, yeah. I think 51's had a bit more sadness though tonight. Oh, it reminds me. I'm going to create the channel right now on stream on Discord.
The Lontel L of the Week channel.
Yep. Oh, I don't know which channel to put it in. There's not enough channels on Discord, is there? I'll put it under Sprint. I'll put it under all of them. I just noticed up ahead, Floyd has gained a second on the leaders, so he's only 1.6 seconds back. This could be a nice spicy finish here. This could have very well been a 3-horse race towards the end of the race, but
I reckon it'll be
51.
even spicier if we see a bit of precipitation.
I wish. It's got up to 7 kilometres an hour. Wind watch.
Cam, are you watching?
He's really worked back into it. It's the Hopkinson car up to 8th and about to battle for 7th.
He's putting in a very nice drive to get it back up into a good position. And I'm pretty sure he's just finished up his Year 12 exams as well. But he's right on the back of Karud. I think that's Karud.
It is.
These speedy young whippersnappers.
And he's gonna get up the inside and take P7. So car 99, the Gen Z Team Rapid, they are up into P7.
It's getting a bit darker here in Hungary. Just a smidgen. Just notice that those lights on the track look pretty sweet. Oh, that's deep there from Karud. But makes it work because those Porsche brakes are insane.
One out of Porsche brakes, never not insane.
Very true. There's a little bit of a three-way battle. Josh Hill, I think he's making his first appearance in our Endurance Series for Grouse Motorsports. He's got Powell and D behind. Pressure is on.
There's some big names behind him, so he's doing well to hold them up at the moment.
Josh is one of our regulars in our AMS2 nights. He's also racing in the Rookie Series and ACC. Oh, D's going to look on the inside. Not quite. Very ambitious. So let's look at the top speed here. Wow, that was nearly a snap. We'll go on the board on this Ferrari and see the top speed. If you can see with that tiny little 249 as well. The same as the Bentley.
Difference between the Bentley and the Ferrari is that the Ferrari actually has a bit of push through the corners.
The Hobkinson car, they've called it. Like that.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one thinking that.
Tries a bit of a
It's a
switch
little
in.
late on the brakes from D.
Oh, oh, oh. Oh, that's so
Oh.
close.
That's ambitious.
That's as close as it gets. Oh, up the inside. And made the move. I think Powell knew that D was coming at him.
So nearly the hour mark remaining here for 3 hours of Hungaroring. Oh, this is good. Good battle here. You see in the bottom right, that is our leader, Ryan Houlihan in the 964 car, teamed up with Daniel Hunter. 1.5 second lead over the 97 car. Here we are, drag race, Mercedes v Ferrari. I think the Ferrari got much better exit at the last corner. Josh Hill's going to have the inside here and decides against trying to outbrake the car. They go 3 wide. Steve Lewis in the background, he's a lap down, unfortunately. Alright chat, those that have stuck around tonight. Next endurance race, what track would you like to see us head to on ACC? G'day Brits. What track would you like to race at next? Very careful doing that. This is spicy. Oh, both cars nearly snapped it. Maybe it's something that we haven't raced at before. Maybe it's something that we love to do regularly. We tried to mix it up a little bit this year, so the one in December will be our 12th special event on ACC. And the first one at Silverstone. What about you, Glenn? Where would you like to see us racing at?
I was just thinking about that. You hear me scratching my head?
It is tricky. Well, people generally want brands. Like, I am open to it. I am 100% open to it if people were generally want to race there in that challenge. What would you guys like, rather than like you want us? I want to know what your preferences are. I'm a huge fan of Paul Ricard, and the Paul Ricard race is awesome. for
Just
endurance
anything
racing.
but Spain.
Anything but Barcelona.
But Spain.
For goodness sake, Zolda. Bakita's also saying she's had wheel issues as well, so car 51 was pretty much doomed after that first stop.
Car 51 just seems to be cursed tonight.
Enjoying this battle though. Hill versus Power.
Hill just goes a bit deep and that allows Power to get through.
Damn, is that probably the hot spot? What happened to Lawrenson? Snedderton, you absolute madman, Cameron Ross.
Someone had to say it.
Feels like a hot minute since we've done Suzuka. Yeah, we did it in a special event last year, and we've had it in the sprint series a couple of times.
Suzuka at night is just something completely else, something completely different. Especially with the lights around.
Oh yeah, Suzuka looked amazing under lights in our special event. Yeah, I caught that on stream, Pip. It sucks considering that you guys managed to get qualifying in, and nah, I think the North. I'm gonna say something controversial, and I'll probably get upset. Some people will be upset. But is the Nordschleife one of the most overrated pieces of racetrack on the planet? I don't see the appeal other than taking a stupidly fast car that does 400k and just throwing it around there.
Yeah, it's not good for racing because of how narrow and dangerous it is.
Unless
but like,
it's
if you're just doing lap,
a 300 car grid.
Yeah.
And you,
I mean,
DNF.
Yeah. If you're just doing laps, then yeah.
Right, who do you reckon pits first, Houlihan or Floyd?
Floyd.
Lloyd? What's that off? Who screams out Lloyd on a show? Fair bit. If you know, you know. God, it was
If you
a good
don't,
show.
you don't.
This is shaping up nicely. You know the show?
No,
No. Someone in the chat might know.
I'm still stuck on thinking about tracks. I was wondering if Imola's any good.
I love Imola.
Imola is great.
We did Imola this year. It was the closest finish we ever had in a special event. It is just incident ridden. It is worse than Monza.
At this point in time, it's Odyssey Racing's only special event victory
That's it.
in overall.
They got a 1.3 second win over 97, which would have been Lontil Racing then.
Yeah, I believe that was the case. No, doing the Imola special event earlier in the year was a lot of fun.
We've done Monza now, we've done Imola, we've done Mazzano. So Imola, Monza, Mazzano. We've done all the Italy tracks.
What, at this point, we're pretty much just waiting for the American and Asian tracks.
Hey Lawrenson, I definitely didn't catch it on stream the whole time. I'd have it on special view the whole time either. So, kudos things, mate. Yeah, it's just so frustrating and annoying for you guys to have to deal with that. But this race is shaping up very nicely for both Pro and Pro-Am classes. 1.7 seconds separates the overall lead, and for Pro-Am, less than a second separates 1 and 2. Got some Red Brew to drown sorrows. Oh, I'm starving now. Esports ready. Basically. But yeah, so if you've got any ideas for the next special event or track you'd like to see us at, chuck it in chat.
5-on-5, 10-second penalty for being in the pits.
Or rip.
Seems like the penalties are starting to dry out a bit.
How would people feel if we did brands instead of Silverstone? Like genuinely, but it wouldn't be 12, it'll be at 8.
Don't you mean 96?
Yeah, well, we can start it now. Like, I don't want Silverstone to be a McLaren Fest. So I'm either going to add ballast or... Like, yeah, I don't know. It's such a good track, though, for racing. Super Trofeo at Brands Hatch.
Of House of Moist Brands.
Yeah. A race around the world, 4 tracks, 1 day, 4 continents, 3 hours each.
No pit stops.
Ooh, I don't actually mind, and have a big prize at the end. So you've got 24 hours of racing, but you're at 4 different tracks. I don't know if you're sure if you're taking the piss scope, but I don't actually mind that.
Cause what? Yeah, you could do ones that cover 4 continents. Yeah, so you could have one from Asia / Australia, one from Africa, one from Europe, one from Americas.
Well, I think we'll be picking Bathurst over Suzuka. Sorry, Suzuka fans. Oh, that's tricky.
Skate's coming in with all the great ideas. Grid order is finishing order of the previous race.
In reverse.
In reverse. It has to be reverse scope, because that could get away from people pretty quickly. We really want to spice it up. Reverse, but not the last, say, expositions, because people might tank. There's ways to do it, but yeah, but I like that idea. Or it's a lucky dip. We just spin a wheel.
Honestly, that would be a good event to do for like one of the birthday events in the future.
Yep. Whoa, deep.
And here comes Young.
Well, don't actually mind it, because if we did that and it's over a 24-hour period, we could probably do it for the Europeans and North Americans to join as well. So they'd have a big qualification to get in, and that'd be funny. Oh, yeah, I would love to do that, Riley, but I haven't heard shit when it comes to what tracks are coming, and I hate to put any eggs in that basket just yet. But if new tracks come, well, you can bet your bottom dollar that we're going to be absolutely annihilating them, because it's been a minute since we got some new tracks. Looks like Car 9 has finished their final stop, so we'll see a bit of a frantic dash into the pit soon for everyone else. A World Cup race. I like it. There's so many things you can do, but it's just where. For Asia Pacific, we're going to have a State of Origin race for Oz New Zealand, but we might throw it in a couple of little... Oh, that's a little bit of a bang. We might have like also include a Singapore and an Indonesia team in there as well. Multi-class is for me a little bit hit and miss in the ACC. Yes, for sure. Marit's definitely going to have an AMS too when they've sorted out a couple of things to do with customization. This is a great battle. Green. Oh, they've just wheel banged. And now it looks like the Odyssey Racing team's going to come through and pick 2 positions in a corner. Nope, never mind. Left the door open. Honda didn't need another invitation. And that Lamborghini, who is that? That flying.
Well, that was interesting.
That was very much so. We might just chuck it on. You can see in the bottom right, that's our race leader. 1 second it's come down to now.
It's going to be very tight for the end of this race. We could have a fight to the end of final lap.
I hope so. It's been a minute since we've done that. I want to see that for an 8-hour race or a 12-hour race, but so much happens. Oh, it's down to 8/10. I reckon we'll see a stop soon. Well, he's going to stay out. Floyd's going to stay out as well.
Nobody's blinking yet.
I'm going to put up a couple of battles. Brenny's in. Well, let's go side by side. Left hand side we've got our battle for the Pro-Am lead, and on the right hand side we've got a battle for the overall. As I was saying, it's been shaping up very nicely. Less than an hour to go here. I bloody love Hungary, and I'm also bloody hungry. Who mentioned Red Rooster before? Bloody bastard. I'm hungry as hell. It would have been Scout.
Scout, yeah.
I don't even have Red Rooster where I am. Scout, can you Uber Eats me some Red Rooster from where you are? Will they send it down here? Lawrence, and it wasn't me. Send all hate mail to Alex Bowen, or courtesy of Repugnant Racing.
Whoops.
Yeah, thanks, Scout.
You still there, Alex, or are you?
Yes, I'm still here. Sorry.
I just hear his inbox lighting up. Ding, ding, ding. Wow, this is...
Yeah, I've just been trying to get a handle of all these notifications popping up everywhere.
It was an unfortunate comment which turned out to be extremely funny, Alex, so he couldn't even scripted it. Yeah, also Zachary James is the other person you want to blame, just for anything that happens in your life, really.
Always blame it on James. Zach, of the Zachary variety.
Can someone clip it, please, and send it to me? Because I don't know if I've heard a funnier comment. That's that before. It's going to be tough to beat. It definitely trumps my 12 fucking meters comment.
I don't know. I was on the floor with that one. It was... That woke up my whole family. I had it on the big screen.
Oh,
TV.
really? Oh, wow. Apologises. Apologies to all family members involved in listening to me talk absolute tripe. As long as I got a laugh somewhere, that's all that matters.
It did.
I might have been laughing afterwards. I had to take a breather. Right, so we're nearly at the 45-minute mark, which is that window for the third pit stop. A few teams have already served it. Car 51 served it about an hour ago, unfortunately, with their 4 stops in 8 minutes. They've had to pull out of the race. But who's going to blink first? It's not
This
even...
Hobskinson car just keeps moving up the field.
It does.
Up.
Actually, where is it?
Currently P5.
It is too. So I reckon for the final stint it'll be Corey Sweet in the car for the 97, and it'll be Daniel Hunter in the car for the 964 team. By the way, that Lloyd comment I was saying, who screams out Lloyd a lot on the show, it's Entourage.
I'm still none the wiser.
That's fair. Also, I discovered a show probably 3 weeks ago called Ted Lasso. I'm not sure if anyone's seen that before, but if you haven't, go check it out. It is absolutely insane. It is so good. It's got the
Comedy series, isn't it?
yeah, comedy. It's an American coach that goes over to the UK to coach a soccer team. Never coached soccer in his life.
Right.
But yeah, just really good character mix, very funny. It's the guy that's the lead man on We Are the Millers. Very, very funny. And I'm pretty sure he's a producer of the show as well. But yeah, very good show.
Having an American go over to Britain to do something like that can only mean good things.
Oh, it's so well done. We'll just go a bit big picture here for the race lead. Behind is car 9, but they are a lap down.
They are currently the lead car who's made their final stop.
I'll just do that. Yeah, so that's Sneakers. He's not going to be able to do anything here. If he's got a bit more pace due to the fresher tyres, he's kind of losing out a little bit. Because you don't want to be that person that throws it into the battle of the 1v2. So he's going to really be hoping that these two pit very, very soon. Because he's a chance for a top 5 easy. Floyd just made a couple of mistakes there, so he's probably losing the tyres a little bit.
Might be a result of the following the Porsche.
Yep. Alright, who's your money on? The 964 or the 97?
964.
964. What about you, Glenn?
Yeah, I'm sticking with the 964.
Alright, well I have to jump on the 97 train. Sweet Floyd. And Floyd is coming in first. So,
As was expected.
Yep. This is a super important stop. We'll flick the camera and see if the 964 returns serves straight away.
You pretty much have to cover the undercut.
Yeah. That stop looks slow. That was some weird wheel movements there, so that didn't look bang on the money. But either way, a big push lap here from Houlihan. Some hammer time if he was Lewis Hamilton.
His tyres now magically okay.
Holy time.
As Sweet gets going.
Almost come out in traffic. Just want to hope that Ferrari just leaves him some space.
Which
it
does.
Which it does. Just tucking behind. Yeah, it does. Very well there. Good awareness. Houlihan comes around the second last corner. And darts in. So here we go. Oh, he's got a car ahead of him in the pit lane. Not ideal. Oh, he's taken that corner with some speed. Absolutely nails it over the line. So, g'day, Mel. So Corey Sweet pushing. Just after a pit stop, they're chasing down the leader, who's now pitted. 40 minutes to go. The Pro-Am battle, they're still out there, so that's a good for us, because then we can watch that battle after this is finished. Who's your money on? Do you think 964 holds it off?
I reckon the 964 will just hold it off. It'll be very, very tight though. Just based on where the 97 is on track.
So it's coming up to the final corner right now. 964 still in their box. This is going to be super tight.
They're
Drop
moving,
now.
they're moving.
Switch over to this camera.
Side by side.
And he's just going to be out behind. He's gone very deep though, the 964. Some cold tyres. So 39 minute sprint now for these two drivers.
This is going to be very tight throughout the remaining minutes of this race.
Stephen Ty's got a drive-through.
Oh no.
And car 40's off. Who's going to drive through?
Stephen Ty car 414.
Oh, 414. That's massive.
And they've both come in the pits.
So Ty will be going straight through. Johnson will be going into his box.
Yep, so look on the right hand side. That's Stephen Ty's just picked up a track limit drive through. So straight through. Really unfortunate. Carl Johnson's very lucky. But you've got to put your car in the right positions here. And just up ahead, there's a car on the side of the track.
It's into.
Josh, you probably want to get off that line. There we go. Because on the exit of a corner, that may come as a bad... Oh, and Stephen he's picked up a
got
10
seconds as well.
Picks up a penalty serving his drive-through. You've seen that many times in racing. Oh, that was the Pro-Am class win and lead being thrusted into his face.
The leaders of both the Pro Championship and the Pro-Am Championship have hit trouble this race.
They have. So the 51 had to retire from the race through technical issues, and the 414s just penalised themselves out of the race. So box seat for the Pro-Am is Carl Johnson and Peter Vine in the 52 car. Do you guys watch NHL? Not for quite some time. I am a Phoenix Coyotes fan though.
You seem to like teams from Phoenix.
I do, very much so. I didn't have a team and I thought, oh, I follow the Suns, I might as well follow their NHL team as well.
Just swear allegiance to the city of Phoenix.
Yep. I have to visit there one day. So let's really shake things up here for the Pro-Am. Does Peter Vine have anyone? No, so there you go. So if you look at the leaderboard, the 219 car's a long way back. So they might have a really good run here to get that win. The sun looks pretty cool, starting to set now. The clouds have started to clear though. Look at the weather.
Big sad.
Yeah, the wind's picked up and it's actually cleared and the sun's peeking out.
My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Pittsburgh Penguins. I've always loved their name. Who doesn't like a penguin?
Who doesn't like a place called Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh. Oh, this is interesting. So we've got a few cars here in certain or different circumstances. Obviously Pickford ahead, who leads this gaggle, hasn't served his last stop and has a pen. Then we've got Kai Rudin and Hobbs, but in the middle of that we've also got Lachlan Nichols. So Lachlan Nichols is going to have to tap out of this battle because the car behind him is what do we call it? The Hobskinson?
Yep. Hobkinsons.
Yeah, I'm a massive NBA fan when it comes to American sports. Someone ban him. You guys should find it in chat. As Pitts is going to have to serve a 10-second penalty as well.
Stephen Ty's continued
And
on
Jewel's in the
for a
pits
couple
as
of
well.
laps. Yet to come in for his final stop.
So Jewel was P3, right? Most of
Yes.
the race.
Is Hunter and Sweet going through now?
This is right on the back of Kyruden too.
There's lots to watch here. And I think does Brits come out clear P3? I think so. Yep. I don't believe so. What else were we saying? Hobbsy. So that's going to really shake up the championship. That'll put 964 on 413 points, which is 70 points clear of the current leaders. Just like that.
It's a difference one race makes,
It does.
especially in such a short championship.
I'm going to see a Ferrari v Porsche battle though at Spa, and I know which team I'll be backing at Spa in that regard. And it doesn't start
Definitely
with P.
Porsche.
Yeah, nah. So who else was that shake up there? We've got the 90 car. Were they at 7th, 8th, 9th? They could... Nah, they'll still be 3rd overall. 97 might move up a little bit. They're currently 6th overall. You do like to see it though. Three races, 3 different winners.
For sure. Good to have a variety.
At Spa, we might see the team that picks up the second win gets the overall. Oh, we might see a 4th team win. Oh,
He's having a good look at Kyrud.
Don't punt him.
You could have paint a picture there. These two have had some squabbles and battles over 2021. I can't believe this year's nearly finished. Where
Wait,
the hell
is
did it go? It's crazy. This gap's...
I mean, for all I know, we're still in 2020.
It pretty much feels like that. Yeah, 8 minutes ago, COVID-19 kicked off, and all of a sudden it's 2 months away from 2022. Okay, so 31 more minutes left. It's going to be a Porsche v McLaren battle to the flag. Track position is everything here at Hungaroring, so 964 car is in the box seat. Corey Sweet is just going to have to pounce. Corey had L of the week on Thursday night. He lost it on the final lap of the race, just went wide, lost the lead. We'll be up for some redemption points here. So we've got Alex and Glenn who think the 964 car is going to hang on. And I'm going to predict the 97 manages to snag that final spot.
I reckon it'll be tight.
Oh, for sure.
Who'd you rather be? The leader or the chasing?
Leader.
Definitely leader.
Leader at this track for sure. But I'm biased because I love this circuit so much. I got a feeling that they've come together. Hopkinson, maybe?
Oh. Yeah, suddenly there's
Yep.
6-7 seconds there.
This is the replay. 99 KV, the 420. Oh, he's done it. He's made contact. That looked ominous early. Bit clumsy.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, that, because stewards will definitely need to be looking at the steering wheels of both cars. It does look like Hobbsy may have just moved slightly. Ugh.
No.
It's a tough one, but I think the car ahead has the right, and he's got to be very careful. That rear quarter just will lose any car.
The car in front also has to keep an eye on what the overlap is doing.
Yeah, but I don't think he moved over.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Also, what we've missed is Corey Sweet's 8/10ths back. Missed everything.
1.8.
2.4. It's going backwards. Back to my replay booth. No, because we weren't showing him, he slowed down.
Threw his dummy out the cop, did he?
Oh, I've just found it. I hope it wasn't a blue flag car, or maybe it was just a self-inflicted mistake. Oh, that Ferrari.
Ooh.
He's actually turned in a bit early. He spooked himself.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's the end of it, because he's lost 1.6 seconds there. Wow, the rears just wanted to come around on him.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, the blue flag's done nothing wrong. He's just taken the corner a bit earlier. So, all the work to do now to catch back up in 26 minutes, even though there's only 1.8 seconds, it's a lot of time around here.
If anyone can do it, though, it's probably Corey Sweet.
Yep.
Yeah, and you don't know what blue flag cars are going to get in between them or in front of them in that last 26 minutes.
Blue flags are always going to be a factor in these longer races.
Who gets pole tomorrow in Mexico? Verstappen.
Max. You see, I'd love for it to be Checo, but I think it's going to be Max.
There is no way on God's green earth that Red Bull will not swap Max and Checo around, even at Mexico, if Max is P2. No way they wouldn't. When's the last time they won the World Drivers' Championship?
2013.
There's no way they're going to not try and maximise Max's points. And I'm sorry, Checo, but I think he knows that too. Yeah.
I reckon
You're right.
if the gap's large enough, then and there's like the chance of a car overtaking it, I don't think they're gonna think about doing that too much, and then we'll instead just try and focus more on what the deal is with the team's championship. Because if Verstappen's still going to get an advantage, it's still going to be an advantage.
Nah. Because Mercedes would 100%... Oh, what the hell's going on here?
Oh.
That was messy. Checo can say whatever he wants. He is driver 2 at Red Bull. That was a clumsy bit of movement there. But then again, Checo can't help Max because he's too slow. That's valid. Yeah, I don't think Bottas has done it the whole time at Mercedes, even if he's had a chance at being a little bit faster. But they disguise it very well in how they use team orders, these teams.
Valtteri, this is James.
Well, that one's pretty obvious. But yeah, this is the way they do their stops, the way they drive people long. They're like, yeah. Of course you go for the win, but it's a team sport.
Saw what Red Bull have been doing a little bit with Checo. They've been holding him out long at some of the races to try and use him as a bit of a barrier, but then you have other races where they've used him to, well, they've pit him early so they can try and force the Mercedes crew to pit Hamilton.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what they did at Coda, didn't they?
I think so. The thing with Bottas, though, as much as I think we get a bit frustrated when he has a chance to do well and Lewis has had a bad race, he doesn't. But when he does do well, at times he does get told team orders a lot and he does sacrifice a lot for Hamilton, but normally Hamilton's having a good race anyway. Like, is it going to change much for George? Well, I think George probably has a lot more natural talent than Bottas. But again, Lewis does get his own way a lot. Like, a lot. Lewis wants Bottas as his partner. And the team's won pretty much every single thing they possibly can in the last 6-7 years. So it's obviously working out well for Mercedes. They couldn't give a shite about the second driver.
This is a nice little battle here between Viney and Lee.
Drag race, Porsche v Bentley.
The Porsche got a good exit, so it might fall in Porsche's way on the straight for once.
Make the most of that, because that won't happen at Spa, and he's gone a bit too deep, trying to cover him off. And Viney says thank you for the rabbits, and sneaks through to P8. This seems if Russell is quicker than him with the new regs. It's always a possibility, but Hamilton is very good at finding and learning a car and helping them set it up to suit him. That's where it's pretty harder for Checo than Bottas, because Checo's, unless he really likes the way Max likes a car, Max's type of car is very particular. Very loose rear.
That comment could go off my one from earlier on.
Yeah, we'll leave that one alone.
Hobbsy, fastest lap, 42.9.
He's in clear air at the moment.
He's absolutely flying along.
Someone else who's fought their way back up the list too is Dan O'Donnell. He left him still with a 5-second penalty hanging over his head, but
Yep.
he's about to get to the 10th on track position, most likely.
That's a solid effort. Late
It is.
inclusion. Oh, deep. Sad to see Kimi go. Do you reckon he'll show emotion? Oh, Kimi will be upset, but he'll do it in his own way. The F1 grid needs more Kimi Raikkonens. Even though he doesn't really talk too much, he is still a personality, and it's a lot. He's had some amazing quotes for his little that he talks. Whoa! Gloves, steering wheel, get them to me! Give them to me! That's just so funny in my eyes. Start voting for your driver of the day or team of the day. Send your submissions to Lockback 9999 Crows Nest, New South Wales 2065, and we'll receive them sometime next year. But if I was going for a drive of the day, oh, it's a tough one.
I think I'd go with car 9, the Sneakers.
Yeah, they've been very solid.
Actually, is the plural of Sneakers or Sneak High?
I don't know, depends who you ask.
Yeah, no, we did this on Thursday, Sinikai.
Alright, got it.
That was JP said that in, that's the English version, the English plural version. I don't know what it is in Afrikaans.
I don't know much in Afrikaans either.
He did a fantastic lap of Silverstone, describing the a hot lap through there. So it's something to behold. The only thing I understood was the words "last sector."
I see. I think it would have been fitting if he'd done it at Kyalami.
It would have, yeah.
This is interesting. Sweet and Hunter coming up to some traffic. Will this
Sweet
allow...
right on the back.
Yeah, you don't want to be that car that gets in the way of the P1, P2 battle. It's alright.
I reckon they did the most they could there, so...
Our drive of the day would definitely be Lawrenson's 6th gear.
That's harsh.
Yeah, that Porsche is just a rocket out of that last corner. Like, any disadvantage it has top speed wise, it's... So it's getting 243, but it's getting up to speed quicker. So it's not really losing too much. Where did the 52 car start? That's a great question. 52 started in 17th position and they're 8th in the Pro-Am. So that's another good shout for the car of the day. Sorry, they started 16th. My bad. 964's moved up 1. 97's moved up 2. 130's moved up 4. The car 9 has moved up 5. Sorry, 4 is, I don't know, 5 actually. So, some good moves. More traffic. I think this is where it's going to be won or lost. Who can negotiate these blue flags the best? Who has the most luck? As we've seen in the first 2 races in this series, the last 10 minutes is an absolute curse for P1. Will the 10-minute curse affect the 964 car again? Oh, wiggly. Tell you what, Dan's been a big improver over the last 12 months.
Yeah, he's gone from Pro-Am to a leading contender in Pro Class quite consistently.
Still, if you're a betting man, the good money would be on 964. As I keep saying, the track position here is just so important because it's very, very hard to get past. Please don't say that. Sorry, Hawley. No, I'm not really. It's going to be spicy. Saddest of the day, or it goes between Lawrenson's gearbox and JC's braking.
I think I'd have to say Lawrenson's gearbox.
Yeah. Luck of the day is JC.
Yes, luck of the day is JC.
Yeah, unanimous.
We've already sent him a trophy.
But we all know we've got to blame Ogold.
Yeah, that's fair. Will this be back-to-back enduro wins with a special event? Hooley, you were MVP that day on the results. Where are we? 964. No, 964 haven't had a win yet. They've had a podium in a top 10. Don't think that's been updated properly.
We've got some evidence of breaking the toe now from Dan, so...
It's happening. It's happening.
think-
Oh, he's very deep. Very
it's gone
deep.
Very deep.
Here we go. P1 v P2. Hunter versus Sweet. Hunter's gone very deep into turn 1. He's going to have the inside line here to turn 3. And just holds him off. That was very fortunate that the McLaren couldn't quite get close enough to capitalise. But some nerves for the 964 car. They don't want to be leading in the 10-minute mark for the last bit of the race because of the curse. But both these cars haven't got a win yet this series. So we're going to have a new winner for Series 2 or Season 2. On board with Corey. Oh, he's just a bit too much curb. Doesn't lose him out too much, but he had to back off a little bit. Another blue flag car ahead. I just hope all cars on track are well aware of this battle for the lead because it's very spicy. Could have well been 3 teams duking it out. Just go in the drum picture here. We've got a 3-way battle for P9. O'Donnell though does have a 5-second penalty in that though.
He has been behind with us for a number of laps now, and the I could feel the temperature rising in the cockpit there.
Yep, I can only imagine.
Keeping a quiet eye on that one, and the nose has been stuck in there a few times and to no avail.
I might cross over to it. We've got Samwise Holmes right behind Daniel. Samwise is not afraid to throw his weight around.
That's position as well, so...
I don't think Samwise has ever heard the term back off a little. It's 400% or nothing for Samwise. Oh, Daniel's gone deep. Deep and then a blue flag. So he's lost out to Samwise and a lot of work to do now to catch back up. But the 5-second penalty wasn't going to help across the line anyway. So
Samwise will now be looking at getting Withers.
yeah, he's just stuck himself into the top 10. That's another posse. So last lap, the leader, 144 flat. Corey Sweet, 143.8. Those two cars are fastest on the track at the moment. Next best is Brits actually with a 44.5. Actually, I'll take that back. Last lap, Hobbs, 43.6. He is the fastest car on the track at the moment. Absolutely whispering sweet nothings to that Bentley, and as I was saying, it is pretty strong around here. If you look at the top 8, there's 4 Bentleys.
Bentley goes all right here.
It's a good solid car.
It's a nice all-round car, the Bentley. Samwise is really pushing it. He's gonna.
But he's got to realise the
Try
car
and get-
behind, he's being blue flagged. If he gets any more than 4 flags, it's a pen. You've got to tap out. So this is Sonicus. Last 10 mins, will we see the curse? Seriously though, these 2 cars ahead have got to give way to this blue flag. It doesn't matter if you're battling. The flag's been waved so many times.
It's extremely frustrating when you have situations like this in the cockpit.
Yep. Honestly, I think if the stewards are watching this, there's probably going to be pens handed out.
Yep.
Like, the trick here is to let the car through, try and tuck in behind the car, and then try and get a move done.
Yeah.
Got to get out of the goddamn way. It's just not good enough, because at the same time, those cars that are ahead, they'll be the first to whinge about the blue flags themselves.
Yep. None of these two seem to be looking in their mirrors.
Nah. Got to be better than that. So under 10 minutes left. 1 and 2, 1.2 seconds back. This is going on for too long. Yeah, I'm annoyed now. You probably heard my keyboard.
Oh, that's a dive.
That's the opportunistic follow the faster car through.
You didn't quite make it.
Didn't quite make it. No.
But that's what I was saying. Like, as soon as the car lets the blue flag through, if you're right there, you got a chance. If they do it wrong or not optimally, you can sneak in. Six and a half minutes, and if we go back here, oops, wrong button.
So there's
Oh,
5
we're back
seconds
in.
Samwise.
You got off light from what I was saying. I asked for more. Nah, but seriously, it's not good enough. The blue flag's still being waved, for Christ's sake.
And Willis has got 5 seconds as well, so now all of these guys are battling for position.
Yep. The reason why it frustrates me sometimes is Samwise has also said in the past that blue flag drivers around the track have been shit. Now you're in the same boat. Like, pot kettle black a little bit. Just awareness, so I don't have to deal with it post-race when everyone complains about it.
Yeah, that's it.
Like, you're still being blue flagged. I'm getting really, really ragey. He's going to get another one. He's going to lose 2 positions here. He hasn't gapped him whatsoever, so that's the only opportunity you have, is if you can gap the car, go through. But anyway,
There we go.
seriously, you should get another one. Oh, look at them back here. I can sense Daniel wanting so much to get past, because now, based on the blue flag pens, it is for track position.
And there's another one for Samwise.
It was 4 or 5 laps. Honestly, if you look this back and you're annoyed about the penalty, you should have been You should have been given a DT. The stewards were giving an ample opportunity to get past. And Daniel O'Donnell wants around the outside. Oh, he's just like, how good does that sun look, by the way?
Dan's now sniffing P9.
Yep, just like that. He's gone from the one that missed out the most to now the biggest gainer.
Corey Sweet's got to 1.1. He's shaved another couple of tenths off in the last lap.
So here we go. 1 second between Corey Sweet and the lead car of Hunter. It's been similar. It's just been fluctuating between 8 tenths and 2 seconds for the last whole stint as I've just hit the 100 lap mark. Money still on 964, guys.
Yep. Yep.
Definitely. Oh, by the way, we've hit 100 laps.
You must have just missed me saying it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
Don't mind me, I'll just be your echo.
Hey, we've just hit 100 laps. That's your cue there, Glenn.
It's my turn. Yeah, my turn.
100 laps. Going at a good pace as well. Lead cars are all in the 44s. Fastest lap last lap was Corey Sweet with the 44 flat. McDaddy's going all in on 964. Just changed. Yeah, so the bottom right, so that's the battle for 9th position.
Right. Yep.
Okay, it looks like we'll just get in 2 laps.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard task here for Corey. He's going to be wanting a mistake here from Hunter. And I think that's going to be his only opportunity to get past, because Hunter has been bang on the money. 44.4 last lap. Corey Sweet 44.2.
If Sweet wants this, he's got to really push on, although Hunter has gone a little wide there. He's just got to pile on the
Double
pressure
yellow.
at this point.
515's off.
And they've teleported back to pits.
Oh, that could have been a disaster, because that was just here.
Yeah,
Just this
I think it
corner.
was off track, so...
That's alright.
But Dan is starting to make a few smaller mistakes now, so will that be costly?
Sparks. It looks so cool.
I have to say, Withers has done a
Oh, he's...
hang up job
Yeah, he has.
of holding out these guys behind him. He's hardly put a foot wrong in the last 45 minutes.
Gaps down to 4/10.
This is as close as it's been.
Sweet could be eyeing up a move into turn 1.
That Porsche just punching out of these corners though. He's getting some really good exits. Some really good throttle work. Oh, I could imagine, Nick. I could only imagine. And I don't blame him, to be honest. I'm also a big advocate for going past the blue flag car safely, but blue flag cars still got to do the right thing and get out of the way. Something, Senna quote. Well, this is the final lap of the race. 964 versus 97, there's 7 tenths in it. Where's he going to make the move? It's going to be like at the back of the track, the other side. Downhill, that's a good
It's
spot.
got to be like the 3rd last corner or something.
Yeah, the 3rd last corner, I don't know what number it is. Oh, I thought he nearly snapped it then. Twitch.tv/sad South African. Mad South African, actually, right now. Oh, he's not too far back. He's 4:10 still. He's just got to pick his moment and have one dip at it. But he's got it. Oh, he just hits too much of that apex again, and it just seems to unsettle the McLaren a little bit more than the Porsche.
Just gotta hold tight.
Yeah, if Dan doesn't make a mistake, Dan will win this race with Ryan Houlihan. It's all on Dan's shoulders. Hope he's not listening because there's a lot of pressure. Yeah, this is the corner that I always thought that maybe you get him under brakes. But sometimes when you're the car behind, the head just does the right thing and you just got to settle and accept it. And that's the case here. Second last corner. This is the final lap. Dan Hunter and the 964 car with Ryan Houlihan are going to win here at the Hungaroring. Well done, guys. They're going to move up to P1 in the championship. Corey Sweet and Ben Floyd, another stellar race. 5/10 back to finish P2. Oh, that was excellent. Race Imprints have just gone about their business as well, and they're going to pick up a podium. Raul Brits and I think it was Ryan Jewell. Brits has had some stellar pace in these last several laps, matching the leaders. Well done, team Race Imprints. JP and his fuming Twitch account going to pick up P4. So the brothers, Jean-Pierre and John.
Is he behind Samwise again?
Yeah, probably. Maybe he's made a mistake and had an off.
Maybe.
I don't want to know.
Just a
But
picture
well
in
done.
the chat.
So it looks like... Oh, 82 thousandths. Yeah, that was very close. Marcus Van Vliet and Regan Herbert pick up P5. And Mitch Hobbs and teammate Baxter Hopkinson, team Hopkinson, will pick up P6. And they also pick up fastest lap of the race with a 42.9. Thank you, Mac Daddy, for the 964 donation. Appreciate that very much. Yeah, that was super close.
Yeah, very tight.
Can I hear donuts? I think I can. Thanks, Mac Daddy. Appreciate that. It's been a big 4 hours. Alright, let's just look at the leaders. On keyboard, no. So, there we go. 964, pick up the win. Did 103 laps. 0.538 seconds back is Corey Sweet and Ben Floyd. With Brits and Geelong in P3. In the Pro-Am class, we saw great performance by the Kovacs team here of Viney and Johnson, picking up the win by 18 seconds. We saw Fluke and Ty pick up a drive-through in that later stage of the race, and that's probably cost them the chance of the back-to-back-to-back wins. But their streak has been broken. And we also saw Withers and Clark hold off another car towards the end of the race there, and they're only 7/10 back with the 5-second penalty. And AM class was for sure Steve Davis and Zach Malloy. They got 100 laps in. Neil Wood, Paul Cranich P2, and Michael Mann, Steve Lewis in P3. Things you love to see.
Yeah, it was a brilliant race in the end. Very, very tight throughout the field, especially at the front.
Oh, very much so. It added some interesting moments with JC going deep under brakes and threading the needle. That was interesting. It saw some sadness with Lawrence and the lead car's gearbox deciding to say, nah, look, I'm already off to Spa. But overall, fantastic race. Much thanks to you, Alex and Glenn, for joining me tonight.
No problem. It was great to join the commentary booth for this one.
Spent some time, mate. Enjoyed having you here. Thank you for that comment earlier. It's made my week. Oh, I loved it. Anyway, all the best tomorrow night, Alex.
Thank you, thank you. Hopefully get to do this a bit more in the future.
For sure, buddy, for sure. And Glenn, I'll chat to you soon, mate. Thank you very much for tonight.
No worries. Cheers.
Thanks, chat. I'll talk to you later on. We'll be back tomorrow night for our Asia Pacific F1 series. We may have a European Enduro stream in several hours' time, depending on if our cast is well enough to do so. But we may not, so watch this space. Anyway, take care, and we'll chat to you all soon. Bye-bye.